Hello, everyone, and welcome to Your Daily Detroit, listed as one of the most influential podcasts in Detroit, one of the podcasts that influential people in Metro Detroit listen to. I am Jer Stays. It is our live election night coverage here from Techtown. We're going to be keeping up the lights late for you to talk about the city and region that we love, election coverage, fun, and all that other stuff. Joining me to do this for here, and then we're going to send you all over town, none other than Norris Howard, the Prince of Brightmoor. How are you?
You already know what it is, man. Another election night in Detroit. Y'all know me. I got all kind of phones going off. That's my fault. Everybody don't mind me. I got a lot of people want to know where I'm at tonight. But
on a Tuesday, not a Friday.
On a Tuesday.
Friday, you're very much in demand.
Well, yes. But on Tuesday, on election night, also in demand. We got a lot of places we're going to be dropping down, planting the Daily Detroit flag, letting people know what is going on in the city. Polls now officially closed in the city of Detroit. We should be getting our first wave of results very soon, but we wanted to come in and say hello to everyone and chime in and share. We got a ton of guests.
Yes.
It's a star-studded event on election night in Daily Detroit.
Oh, for sure. I mean, Orlando Bailey's coming back.
That's
Just in a minute, we're gonna hand off to him in a bit. Planning for Amanda Brewington, planning for Randy Walker will be in here because we're gonna have some fun with the tasting.
Yeah, man. Listen,
we're gonna have some fun up in here today.
It's election
It's not
night.
just serious things.
No,
Because your community needs to be about joy. If there's anything that New York showed us,
gotta be about joy.
there's got to be joy, right?
It's got to be joy. You got to be a celebration of your city. You know what? And that's one thing I will say. I'm a freely admit, man. It was really nice to have two mayoral candidates that had like Detroit accents. like I'm not gonna lie. Like I hear Mary talk, and I legitimately think it's one of my cousins. It bugs me out sometimes. Like, you know what I mean? Like it's got to be like how a New Yorker feels. You know, obviously New York's mayoral race is huge as well, but like it's got to be how they feel when they hear somebody like talk and they just like, nah, man, he don't sound like he from here. Like it was weird. I see how Eric Adams won the first time because he was just like New York man. At least to an outsider.
Well, you know, I think it's funny, though, because the vibes are so different between him and Mamdani, but both closed their campaigns campaigning in clubs.
Yes. So it's so funny. I actually got invited to that.
What?
Yeah.
Were you going to get on a plane?
I legitimately was like this close to getting on a plane and flying to New York just so I could go to the club with Zoran Mamdani. Like, I was this close. I was like, bro, I was about to, would it be a good use of funds for me to spend this few $100s and go to New York just so I could be in the club with Zoran the night before Election Day? I seriously considered it, bro. Seriously considered it.
But then you wouldn't have been here with us.
No, I would still be in New York. There's no way I would be coming back. But I have an obligation to the city of Detroit, and the city of Detroit must take precedence, and therefore I stayed. So I did it for y'all. I did it for you, Detroit. We do it for you. Orlando's here.
I see an Orlando Bailey.
What's up? Come on in.
Come on.
Come on in.
Orlando Bailey from Outlier Media. Emmy award-winning journalist.
Emmy award-winning journalist.
I saw his dad walk down the street, and I was like, he is an award-winning journalist, this man.
Yep. Listen, man, y'all got to understand, when we talk about this is one of Detroit's luminaries, we talking about one of Detroit's premier raconteurs. Okay,
oh, man.
That's a good word.
Storytellers, a griot, if you will, of Detroit. Orlando Bailey, what's going on, my man?
Hey, Norris, what's up, man? The
I feel
Prince
like it's
of Brightmoor.
There's even a sticker.
He has a sticker.
I need to get this. You know what? I need your help on something.
What's up?
Who's got the hookup on a good varsity jacket? Because imagine
we need to talk to Clement at
313.
313, yeah.
Because imagine this, like on the big back of a varsity jacket for that guy.
So self-serving.
So self-serving. I don't know if I could do that. Listen. I'm my own best friend, but I can't blast myself like that.
I mean, you could talk to Clement, whatever the budget is, tell him and see.
Hey, you know what? I feel like getting some daily Detroit varsities would be ice cold though.
It would be good.
We should heavily consider that. But Orlando, I want to know, man, what has your election night been like so far? By the way, if you haven't, check out Outlier. They had a great voters guide. They always put out great voters guides.
Thank you.
And so if you were unfamiliar, I actually shared out your voters guide to a number of people because I did a little.
And we did a little mayor quiz for the primary.
Yeah,
I saw
that
Very
was
good.
super
That was
cool.
fun.
So yeah, a few people reached out to me. It was like, Norris, do you have some guides? I'm new in the city, so we shared out. I shared that out. And so, what's your election night been so far, man?
So far, a little quiet.
Yeah.
We are all in the Outlier newsroom. We opened up a newsroom for journalists in Detroit who didn't have a place to work out of. And so the likes of Tracy McMillan and Amber Ogden and Xavier Jones.
these are names
and
you know.
Martina Guzman is in
How's
the
she doing?
She's amazing.
Dude,
Good.
Martina, I worked at DET with Martina, and I got to go say hello to Martina.
She's on her way out, so you might miss her.
Oh, dang.
And then, some more folks will be coming in. Annalise Frank from Axios was
Of
in
course.
earlier.
Of course. We love
today.
Annalise.
We love Annalise.
You know
And
what I really appreciate about her is she's so well-rounded to talk about everything but Detroit as well.
Yeah.
Like whether it's passionate about the dogs or the bed that eats. You saw that episode we did with her, all about
Oh,
that
yeah,
horror
yeah.
movie shot in Detroit.
She's so fun.
She's so fun, and I
is.
love that. I love reporters like
And
that.
she's so stylish. Can I just say that? She's one of the
Yes.
one of the
Hard
most
facts.
stylish journalists I've seen. So right now it's quiet. The Post just closed
Yep.
8 o'clock. We're getting ready to do a little bit of a switcheroo on our website. It's going to be beautiful to help show election results in real time. Our journalists are out. Our photographer is out. We've been getting photographs of the candidates voting, and photographs of Detroiters voting at different polling locations. Journalists and some of our photographers are at the watch parties at MGM and at the Garden Theater, where Solomon Kinlock would be at the Garden Theater, Mary Sheffield would be at MGM, and so
Where you guys will see me a little bit later on tonight.
yeah, he got those credentials. He got those credentials, and so it's been a little quiet, but of course, talking to a ton of Detroiters. I'm liaisoning with the deputy city clerk to sort of get some numbers from him in real time. He proves to be super helpful. So does elections director Daniel Baxter. So
Fantastic.
it's a historic day in the city of Detroit, and I think everybody is sort of bracing themselves for a historic moment here in the city. History because we would be electing a new mayor for the first time in 12 years. That's historic. right?
That's number one.
That's number one. That's historic, and that mayor will be black again, right?
Also-
we elected our
also
first
historic,
mayor, our first black mayor in 1973, Comey Young, and he held that office for 20 years. And we haven't had a black mayor running the city since the election of Mike Duggan, and it's a different time in the city. The city was a different place before Mike Duggan came into power. Mike Duggan came into power at the end of the bankruptcy. I'm getting numbers in real time from the deputy city clerk. Right now, he says there's about 40,000 Detroiters who casted their votes in person. Don't know what the percentage looks like right now, but 40,000 Detroiters came out to the polls today.
And I was one of those people.
I was too.
I would like to go. I mean, I have no problem with like the absentee voting and all that other stuff. But if I can do it, I want to do it. It's just a thing. I can't shake that habit.
Nah, I vote early, bro. I vote as early as humanly possible, and I always have. I don't know why. It's just I like getting it out the way.
I like to go to the polls on election day because I like to see how it's running. I like to see what the attitude is and what the temperament is. I like to see if there are any problems. Today I did something very different. At my polling location, they had an opportunity for you to vote electronically. And I had never done that. And it took some convincing. So first of all, I can't go nowhere. They recognized me. They were like, you should try it. You should. And I'm just like, I don't know, y'all.
You mean you don't wake up in the morning with a camera crew in the next room? Do you keep them at your house?
No. It's so crazy. It's so I voted electronically, and it was simple
Okay, good.
enough. I'm like, do I trust this? But as is the process in many other states. Many other states only do electronic voting now, right?
Yeah.
So I'm told that it's the future. So we'll see.
Yeah, I had the opportunity to actually visit some polling places out on the west side today, just to also same thing, get a sort of temperature of how the voters felt and what people were saying and what the poll workers because you can always tell really how the temperature of a election is going based off how the poll workers behave, and if they are very energetic and upbeat and positive. And there was a lot of people there who definitely, I will say, this is very anecdotal, it does feel like the election day crowd was leaning more Kinloch than Sheffield, at least of that I talked to at the polling places
Where were
that
you?
I went to.
Tell us
I
where
was
you at.
so I was on West Chicago and Greenfield, or not Greenfield, West Chicago and Evergreen, over in that area, in that district. Oh, what's the name of that school? Or is it church? Excuse me. I have to look it up. I completely forgot.
Evergreen and Green. Well, I don't know nothing about the West Side.
Yeah, I was on the
So
West.
it's just
I was
like-
feel
I was
like-
on the West.
I feel like for once on this show, the East Side is properly represented today.
Yes,
It is.
yes.
It is. But yeah, I was on the West Side, and then I also slid up to one of my old stomping grounds at Northwest Activity Center.
Yeah, that's
to
all. They always popping in there.
St. Suzanne. I was at St. Suzanne and Henderson Elementary down there because I actually wanted to get a feel of the council race out there between Karen Whitsett and Denzel McCampbell, and to see kind of which way that, which way the public was feeling about that race. And then I slid
And
over.
I'm glad you mentioned the council races because that is just as important. We are also
Absolutely.
electing a new council, right?
Absolutely.
Fred Durhal would not be on council. Mary Sheffield would not be on council. What were people saying over there about the council race between?
It's
Whitsett
very
and
interesting.
McCampbell?
It feels like the poll workers, it felt like there was a much heavier presence from the poll workers of Karen Whitsett. It felt like she had more staff out there with in terms of ground game. However, I will say that it felt like more people were talking about voting for McCampbell. The people that I was able to pull to the side, or the people that I overheard in conversation kind of saying like, oh, I was feeling Denzel, I wasn't necessarily feeling Whitsett for this reason or that reason. But it felt like the ground game from the Whitsett campaign was a lot stronger.
Yeah, I think she definitely had a little bit more money than McCampbell. I
Yeah.
have to look at the campaign finance statements, but she had billboards.
Exactly, yeah.
So I'm like, okay, she got a little bit of change.
A little bit of change, a little bit of change. But she wasn't necessarily incumbent to the seat, but having a seat in the state
she's not.
house,
Yeah.
having a seat in the state house does
But a
elevate
really
the profile.
controversial.
Oh, yes.
I was going to mention
in
as
the
far
state
as
house. Go ahead.
Yeah, as far as the race for council, you can't. That's a district where it's very clear, a bright line
Yeah.
between these two candidates and their visions going forward.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And even their just like belief systems.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. So it felt, that seat, that race could go really either way. That remains to be seen. In terms of the mayoral race, like I said, it seemed like a lot of the day of voters were leaning a little bit heavier Kinloch. Definitely if I saw what I perceived to be a church auntie,
Are you stereotyping Norris Howard?
I was. That was a Kinloch vote, and usually I was right. So the church aunties have definitely leaned Kinloch, but the younger people that I talked to,
Anecdotally.
yeah,
Anecdotally.
anecdotally,
Yeah.
the younger people that I talked to seem to be a little bit more interested in voting for Sheffield. So at least based off the people that I was able to speak to on the ground, that's the what I was getting.
That's the sentiment.
That's the sentiment. So sorry you didn't get anything concrete, but nothing counts but the votes. Not my opinion, not these anecdotes. Only votes.
Only votes. See, there you rhymed.
Yep, no anecdotes, only votes.
He's a poet and didn't know it.
Wow, let's get it.
Let's get
Let's get it. Let's get it. I'm not a rapper.
No, former rapper.
I'm not a rapper.
I'm trying to get the tape out of him.
You are
former
never
rapper?
going to get the tapes.
You were a rapper?
See, Jared, you see what
Norris,
you did?
you were a rapper
in another life.
in another life?
In fact, we had another guest who had actually seen his tapes.
We performed at the same place.
Okay, what was your rapper name?
I'm not going to say.
You should.
I'm not going to.
You're not? Okay.
No, let me put it this way. All right. And we have a thing. If Daily Detroit, if we hit a million, I'll release the tapes. every tape for free.
Release the files.
I'll release the file.
Where are the files?
Release the
Let me
file.
tell you, I think his files are going to show up before any other files
Okay.
do.
The
Those other files have been deleted.
The other,
They've been shredded, thrown down a toilet.
the unredacted files.
I want the files.
All right, but with that said, y'all, I got to split. I'll be back a little bit later after I touch down and update y'all from the campaign parties, headquarters, whatever you want to call them.
You are our man
It's
about town
the
tonight.
parties. You're going to be hitting the streets, hitting the town,
Yeah,
man.
but-
Deputy Clerk Andre Gilbert said over 40,000 people showed up today. So
and that's just today.
we're getting some results,
All right.
guys. We're
And that's just
getting
today.
some results. Okay,
Bye-bye.
so right now, okay, the City of Detroit election portal just updated. Right now, with how many people have voted. It's not telling me how many people have voted right now that they've counted, how many counted votes that they've have. But right now, Mary Sheffield is leading in the polls, 75.3%, with Solomon Kinlock at 24.48%. He has 950 votes so far. Mary Sheffield has 2,912 votes so far. Janice Winfrey ran unopposed. So she has 98% of the vote right now. That's 3,319 votes. Okay. The at-large city council seat leading right now is Councilperson Mary Waters at 34%, 34.49%. Coleman Young coming in a close second at 34.5%. Janae Ayers, a former city council person who was recently cleared by the FBI earlier this year, quietly cleared by the FBI.
Important to mention,
that's
though.
an important mention.
Right, 'cause
Because they raided her house and office and everything, and she lost her seat.
Finish your results, but I want to put a pin on that because I want to talk about that.
19.98%, right? James Harris, 11.18%. Right now, District 1, James Tate, 98.31%. That's at 580 votes. Right now, Angela Whitfield Callaway is leading. Roy McAllister right now she has 563 votes. Roy McAllister has 323 votes. So her percentage is at 63%. His is at 36%. City Council in District 3, Scott Benson is leading at 70%. Letitia Johnson in District 4 ran unopposed at 96%. City Council in District 5. This is interesting. District 5 is an interesting race. Renata Miller is leading at 53%, and Willie Burton is trailing her at 44%. So far of the votes counted, right? And Deputy Clerk Andre Gilbert is also giving me results in real time for the early. These are early voting results, guys. These are not from today. These are early voting results.
Super early.
Yeah. Tyrone Carter is trailing incumbent Gabriela Santiago Romero. She has 67% of early votes. Tyrone Carter has 32% of early votes. In the early votes, Denzel McCampbell is at 66%. Karen Whitsett is at 31%. And then you have the community advisory races that did not have any, most of them did not have certified candidates. Lavish T. Williams in District 2 has 97% of the vote. Scotty Bowman in District 4 has 95% of the vote. And in District 6, there's a little bit of a race there. Lisa Carter is leading at 56% of early votes. Garrett Burton is trailing at 42%. And in District 7, Victoria Camille is leading at 97%. Okay, those are early voting results.
So the pin I wanted to put in the conversation about Ayers is not really specific about her, but more about media in general.
It's the media. Come on, talk about it.
And how important it is to follow up on these stories because so many things happen with the crime and punishment beat that end up kind of coming off as sometimes propaganda.
Yeah.
And then it's like, well, what happened to that person? And then there's no follow up.
We love a scandal.
Right, we
If
love a
it-
scandal
if
and people
it-
click
if it
on the
bleeds,
scandal.
It leads.
Yeah.
And so we tell that story to death, right? Because what we know is we didn't know anything. We know that her stuff was searched and that her office was searched, right? We didn't have a lot of detail, right? As a result, she lost her seat on council. Earlier this year, the FBI quietly cleared her. I don't remember a story about this. Do you?
No.
Yeah. I don't remember a story.
And there wasn't a press release, I'm sure. Because so many people, it's like press release journalism, especially on that crime.
Especially
crime
on
beat.
that cop beat. Yeah.
Right,
that crime
because
beat.
they'll just put out and be like, oh, here's a statement. And then somebody will spit out like the quickest story that they can to get the clicks first.
Yes.
And it doesn't really like change anything. It doesn't even address the systems of the crime happening.
What does that say? What does that say about us as an ecosystem and as a sector?
It's tough because on one hand, there is a part of this that the audience is driving it. When you're only fed by audience metrics, which a lot of this media is right now, then it becomes something where your incentives don't align with the acts of journalism. And when the incentives don't align, a mentor of mine taught me something that how you make your money determines how you run your business. And if your money is made when you make 100x the money for exploiting a criminal situation, victims, whatever else, and you make no money for telling the rest of the story, what's going to happen?
What's going to happen? And, what I was taught in J school is that the baseline purpose should be for the benefit of the public good, right? And so I think, sacrificing that baseline purpose for audience metrics and for money without, follow up, without due diligence, without making sure that the folks are informed with facts, right? It's such a huge disservice, and I think it continues to arm people who want to disrupt information systems, right? And it also has an adverse effect on news organizations, podcasts, whatever, who are really doing that work and trying to do it well, right? We all lose legitimacy when we sacrifice the public good for clicks.
This is my opinion and mine alone, but I believe that if you are a media organization and your number one metric is do people want to click on it, you are infotainment.
You're doing the work wrong.
That's a line where it's like, okay, if you want to know what infotainment is, if you want to know, here, I have
BuzzFeed.
Right.
Yeah.
And you know what? If it's 32 ways to cook a pie or to bake a pie, that's fine, right? You can do whatever you want. But when it comes to stuff that affects people's lives, I think it's so crucial. And another thing I don't like is that I don't think the world needs 24-hour news.
You remember when news went off?
Yes,
Remember
and you had
when
to
you
prioritize
had
as a
to-
journalist.
Yep, you had to wait till the morning. So you got the night paper if you were that family, right? My grandmother got the night paper and the morning paper, and then the news and stuff went off. We were a proper country.
We were a
Jerry.
proper country.
We were proper. We were a proper people, man.
But what happens is that everything becomes breaking. And if everything's a priority, nothing's a priority.
And everything is not breaking. You're not breaking everything. And that's the other thing. People love to put that breaking in front of
Because
the
it drives
headline.
clicks. I've done the A/B testing. It does clicks. It does clicks. It's like this thing, especially on social media, which, by the way, another hot take, which is, going to get me no invites anywhere. You shouldn't be consuming your news primarily through social media.
Well, I think that ship has sailed, Jer.
I know.
So
You've got to balance it somehow.
I think we have to figure out as legitimate folks within this ecosystem how to leverage and infiltrate the algorithms, because that's where people are getting it. Now, that's where I think the research from Edelman is saying that that's where folks are entering into a story, right? They're seeing it, and if it's really of importance to them, if it's a crisis, if it's like somebody dying and stuff like that, they're going to then leave. This is what Edelman Trust Institute is saying. They're going to leave that social media site and try to validate what has been seen, right? And so Kobe Bryant, there are rumors all over the internet. People were waiting for TMZ or Phil Lewis from HuffPost.
Phil.
When Phil
That guy's everywhere.
reports it,
Yeah.
then we're like, okay, Phil reported it. And so people will search out legitimate sources if it really is of interest to them. I think it's incumbent upon us to recognize what the current condition of the country is and where folks are consuming news, and for us to figure out how to infiltrate it or partner with folks who have the platform to get fact-based information out there.
When you put it in the frame of infiltration, it just sounds so much cooler.
It's the truth, man.
I hear you. I hear you. I guess I am often bathed in political discourse that makes me kind of sick inside.
Yeah.
And I really worry about that. Like the stuff that people are saying online just gets to me in a way.
my first time on here, I think I remember saying something along these lines, is that the chatter on news programs, the chatter on social media feed your viewpoint, and what it has done is begin to just like bait rage and dissent and disagreement, right? Because that draws clicks, that draws audiences. But this is what I said on your show. When you sit down with a person, human to human, people are really not that polarizing. They're not. They're not. There's not. And when you sit down, I can sit across from you. We are both Detroiters. We both love this city. But we could have vastly different viewpoints and approaches on different things. And we do, right? But we can sit down, have that disagreement, have that discussion, and come back, because the human to human interaction is not that polarizing. And we have much more in common than we think. We have much more in common than we think. And so my encouragement, once again, to everybody is go outside.
Touch grass.
Go outside. Leave your screen and go outside.
What's really useful is when you have a dog that doesn't like those screen light boxes,
My
and she
dog
just
makes
takes
me
the
go
paw
outside. Yep.
and just literally will knock the phone straight out of my hand.
Yep.
Straight out. Just, we're not doing this anymore.
We're not doing this. Take me outside.
Yep.
Yeah.
You want to hop in the chat for a second? I got
Sure,
some things
let's
from
do it.
people.
Okay.
First off, T. Geddes says Fezzi for mayor. You could have written Fezzi in for a lot of offices, actually. We should have done that. We should have done a little campaign and try to get him 100 votes.
This is so cool, man. I mean, the Detroit Pheasant,
Yes.
right?
And painted.
They love the East Side.
They do. They do. Stina says, I have to admit that I didn't vote for council. I couldn't bring myself to vote for either of the District 5 candidates. Mr. Duckett says, hello, what up, Doe?
Can we go back to, what was that commenter's name about District 5?
Stina Lee?
Stina, can you come back in the chat and tell us why? We'd love to hear why. Go ahead, Jer. Sorry.
Yeah, for sure. Mr. Duckett says, what up, Doe? Hello, Mr. Duckett. How are you? Y-I-E-Q. Y-I-E-Q. How would you pronounce that?
Yeek?
Yeek?
Yeah. Yeek. Yeah.
Would you yeek?
Yeek.
And it's all in caps, so I don't know if it's a proper name or an acronym.
Sure. Hi, Yeek.
Yes. I didn't hear anything about Ayers being cleared either. So that's something that's interesting.
It's actually been lightly reported by the Detroit Free Press. And if you look at the Detroit Free Press's voter guide and their list of endorsements, they endorse Janae Ayers, and they talk about it there as well.
One of the challenges, we're talking about people getting into social media and reaching out through that, is surfacing those stories so that people see them. Because so often there will be people who do the work, but it won't be seen. Now, sometimes there's a propagandist who says no one reported on it, and that's willful. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about getting people to that information and better ways to get to that information to help complete that story,
Yeah. Put it on the front page.
Just stick
I
it.
mean, her office and home getting raided was front page news. Her being cleared needs to be front page news, right? Because I think people still have this perception. First off, if you get investigated, if you get accused, if something gets raided and searched and all of that, the perception is one of guilt, right? One of mishandling and improper behavior, what have you, right? The clearance of that needs to be just as out. And it's something that I'm passionate about because coming from a family that have seen our fair share of like my loved ones being incarcerated. When they pay their debt to society and they come home, they need a fair shake. They need a, you know what I mean? So Janae Ayers, I think, deserve that. Yeah.
Well, and when the coverage always looks like one type of person,
Yeah.
then that reinforces stereotypes.
Yeah, it does. And everybody knows exactly what you're saying. I know you're in the chat. Keep going, sir.
David Porter, if you think District 5 is crazy, District 7 is going to be wild.
David Porter. Yeah, the election results in District 5. I mean, District 5 is just so you have Renata Miller, who has had like run-ins with the law, controversy at the top of the Indian Village Association. She's retired. Some marriage and infidelity, all of this stuff that has surfaced about Renata Miller, including a lawsuit that was dropped having to do with Indian Village Association. If you read her responses to the Free Press questions, I think it left a lot to be desired. She did not prove her answers, so it was just a really weird read. Willie Burton, he's a current elected official serving on the Detroit Board of Police Commissioners, and Willie has had some interesting and controversial moments on the Board of Police Commissioners, I think in his attempt to fight for what he believed was right, but has, been flagged before for insubordination, has even been like cuffed and, taken out of Board of BOPC meetings. And so, these are two figures. And so it's going to be interesting to see. And they're two figures that are very different from Mary Sheffield, who previously occupied that seat. So it's going to be something. And I agree with David Porter, who, of course, is a supporter of you guys, but also a huge supporter of Outlier on the District 7 race. That's Karen Whitsett and Denzel McCampbell.
We are going to dive back in the chat in a second, but I do believe that we have somebody out here.
All right. Who outside?
What's going on, everybody? Here at the camera.
I'm not getting the audio.
I'm not getting audio.
You can see
We're not
they're
getting
about to have
audio.
a conversation.
Not getting audio back through.
No audio for
Is it-
Norris just
sorry.
yet.
No audio for Norris just yet.
No, we cannot hear you yet, Norris.
You got one? Can you hear me?
Back open.
Everything is open. Well, what we can see though, we do have video. What we can see, he's at the Kinlock watch party at the Garden Theater. It looks like that people are
Here, I'm
beginning
gonna
to
step out.
file in, and that it's getting ready to liven up. Again, the polls just closed about 37 minutes ago. It doesn't look like candidate Kinlock has arrived just yet. But he's at the Garden Theater, and
He
that's
is.
where the Kinlock
Can
camp will be
y'all hear me?
holding their watch party. They'll
Yeah.
be holding their watch party there.
Hi, Norris. I see you, but
You gotta let her in.
yeah, we got to let somebody in on the outside. Luciano, we need somebody to get in.
Yeah.
And
sorry.
Norris, is we still have any audio, Adam?
Okay, we good?
We do not have
We
any
do not
audio.
have audio, and Norris is walking.
He's walking around.
He's walking the Woodward Street.
He is
He's
walking the
on
Woodward Street.
Norris, I never thought I'd be able to assign streetwalker to one of your many identities. But he can hear me. I can tell.
Right,
but we
it's very
can't-
good. It's very
we can't
fun,
hear-
actually.
It's very fun to just
we hear him now?
talk about the Prince of Brightmoor.
Okay,
He has no ability to
y'all hear
respond
me?
because he doesn't have any audio.
Pretty great.
Yeah.
Pretty great.
Can y'all can't hear me?
Yeah.
All right. The
Oh,
guest.
so the guests can hear him, but we can't. Okay.
Okay. Well, I
Okay,
can't.
I'm just
All
gonna
right.
say
So how are
very
we going to
quickly,
do this?
I'm just
I'm going to go ahead and.
Fun to just
we hear him now?
talk about the Prince of Brightmoor.
Okay, okay, I can hear me coming through now.
So the chat can hear you, but we can't hear you back. The talk back isn't working.
Got it. Okay. Well, anyway, I'm gonna just talk as I'm walking.
It's probably a routing issue.
Yeah, but I'm gonna just talk as I'm walking, so everybody can hear me.
I would
It was
just
a
spin
very
through 'em.
sort of-
Or just tell Norris
Family.
to give an update to the chat.
That's true.
Yeah, if the
That's what
chat
I'm
can hear
doing.
him and we can't, Norris, just walk back in if you want to, and show the chat what's going on and give them an update. And when you stop talking, we'll come back in because they can hear you, we can't. Take it away.
Okay. So, all right. So I'm gonna just give a very quick update because I'm trying to slide over to the Sheffield campaign. They were about to do a comedy show at the Kinlock event. It was very a family style event. It seemed like a lot of people were there that were very close to the Kinlock campaign and close to the Kinlock family. That's how it felt. A lot. The climb for him. I'm only walking out because I know it's going to be a lot harder and take a lot more time to get into the other one. But I will say this is that the energy levels were high at the Kinlock campaign. And a guy I spoke to very briefly said, hey, listen, win or lose, we're just here to have a good time. And we're proud of Reverend Kinlock. And that's the energy that I got from the event. So with that said, I'm going to be at the next spot. I will talk to y'all later. Have a good one.
All right. Thank you, Norris.
So
Figured out that technical issue.
yeah, we did. What was the issue? It was your fault.
It was
It was
over
Jared's
there.
fault.
It was error between keyboard and seat. I'll take it as my fault.
The Garden Theater is a beautiful venue. It's much smaller than a Rooster Tail, so I'm wondering, because he was at the Rooster Tail for the primary. If
Oh,
you
yeah.
remember,
The last
I
political.
wonder how people choose these spots that they go to.
You
know?
what I remember going back into history? One event that I remember that was a campaign event that I wandered into when Freeman Hendricks ran for mayor. He had his party at the Rooster Tail.
Yeah,
Yeah, I remember that. Mary Sheffield was there.
Mary Sheffield was at Freeman Hendricks' party.
I think so. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
It was many years ago, though.
Many years ago. and
I have no
I'm sure
stories.
he's
There's no good stories.
He may be a family friend. I mean, the Sheffield, her dad and her grandfather, especially her grandfather, mentored a great many of people.
So you know what? Why don't, if you have a minute to talk about that, I think a lot of people newer to the city, I would say within like the last 10 years, maybe don't have that like context,
Yeah.
right? And I think it's important context
Yeah.
about those connections.
Yeah. I mean, the Sheffield name is not a new name to the Detroit community and the political scene. Horace Sheffield was a champion of Black labor rights and of labor rights, period, in the city of Detroit, in the labor movement, with the likes of Walter P. Reuther and other giants of that time, organizing workers, especially within the automotive industry at that time. So Ford wanted to, was doing, was paying, these folks were paying Black folks, but these Black folks had some of the worst and most dangerous jobs in these foundries, right? They were not being considered for, less laborious jobs and less dangerous jobs. And so it really was Horace Sheffield and a coalition of other folks and cross-sector, him building cross-sector relationships with folks within the labor movement, the civil rights movement, Martin Luther King Jr. and even Charles Diggs, right? The first Black federal legislator out of the city of Detroit. And the Diggs family, of course, is still around. And so the Sheffield name is beloved in the city of Detroit. Mary Sheffield's father, not his dad, is not as, I think he has a different reputation from the reputation and how his dad held and how beloved his father is. And then you have a young Mary Sheffield who runs for city council and wins months after her mom passes away, who is a part of this political and labor dynasty, if you will, right? With friends everywhere, from the Michael Eric Dysons to the Greg Mathises to the Freeman Hendrixes, and all of that. And so there's a rich history there.
Yeah.
It really is. Yeah.
And both of these candidates have a lot of deep connections.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's one thing about this race that I think if you're just on the outside, you may not realize.
I mean, Solomon Kinloch is rooted in, Black liberation theology, right? Under the guise of Baptist preacher Reverend Robert Smith over at New Bethel Baptist Church. Of course, New Bethel was made famous by Aretha Franklin's dad, Clarence LaVon Franklin, Reverend C.O. Franklin, who became a household name in America, famous for his sermons that went out on radio and for making many, many albums full of sermons. And Robert Smith, who is still currently the pastor of New Bethel, followed after Reverend Franklin and brought little Solomon up under his tutelage and mentorship. And Robert Smith comes from the South. He knows what Black liberation looks like, the movement looked like. He was one of the first preachers that I saw as a young child wearing dashikis in the pulpit, right? And so that's just a little bit of where Solomon Kinloch comes from. And, Solomon Kinloch in the beginning of the race and even now is still is still a candidate that is openly saying Black and talking about Black people and Black leadership, right? He was not afraid. He did not shy away from that. And it, so it's been a really, really interesting watch, this campaign. Yeah.
First off, thank you for sharing, because you are a font of knowledge, number one. Number two, I think this is something that's a piece of advice that I talk about for people who are new to the city or they're trying to be involved in the city. I don't care what your personal beliefs are. If you don't understand the church and how it interacts with Detroit, you will never understand how Detroit works.
I mean, or the faith-based community in general,
yes.
Because many Black liberatory movements had only the church, right? To organize, to plan. Most of our civil rights leaders were reverends. I think if we talk about the Nation of Islam, the Black Muslim movement, Mosque Number 1 is here in the city of Detroit, right? We could talk about the likes of Reverend Albert Clegg and the Shrine of the Black Madonna, Black liberation theology there, and so Detroit in many ways is the mother of movement. And if we want to become even more granular, Black faith-based organizations are the institutions that undergird and prop up that movement.
100%. Chat's still got some things going on. I know that Norris is in transit running around.
I love that part.
It's so great, right?
It's
I'm
so
glad
fun.
it is so fun.
Yeah.
We got to get him to stay in one place because it shakes the connection sometimes.
Yeah.
TJ, this is for you.
Yeah.
Did the electronic voting still produce a paper record in which the digital portion was the marking portion, or was it fully electronic? I hope it's the paper record version.
There was. Thank you for that question. That's a great question. And so after I voted electronically, I submitted it and it printed a record for the paper. And then I still had to insert that into the voting machine. So yes, it presented a paper record. Great question. Great question.
Interesting. Do you feel like it saves time? Because I still did the circle bubbles.
I mean, no, it's the same thing. I think. I mean, there was not a lot on the ballot, and so
No, there was
it could
not.
be done in 5 minutes. Yeah.
There was not.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Going down. Mia Poo says we have to do better at the city clerk office with getting people out to vote. Voter 99 at 6:20 p.m. I went late purposely. Interesting feedback. I think there's a couple of things. I think one, in Detroit, early voting has really been embraced.
Early voting
in
is a
big way.
thing, and absentee ballots are a thing. And so I was just reminding my friends who were sort of like being snarky about the number that they were in their precinct. I'm like, hey guys, don't forget absentee and early voting happened. And if you live in a precinct where there's a lot of seniors, you know that absentee voting is a thing. But I want to ask this question to Mia Poo about the role of. I want to ask Mia how Mia sees the role of the clerk, right? Versus the role of the candidates in getting out the vote.
I do too, because I've been thinking about this with the pieces that Nancy Kaffer has written about those kind of things over at the Detroit Free Press. Some of the discussions we've had a little bit about turnout. And then also looking at the context for not to make it about the political issues, but to see the reaction in New York to the candidates there and the turnout there. And it really makes you wonder how much of this is the clerk's job and how much of this is about the candidates and the energy. That if people want to show up and they truly, I'm not saying these candidates aren't inspiring to people, but there is a difference when you can feel that movement energy and on a greater level when you're getting a turnout of 60% or something like that, right? How much is that?
Yeah. And my question is, what would you like to see from Janice Winfrey, right? In terms of get out the vote. This is really just a question because I really am of the mindset that it is the job of the candidate, right, to go out and solicit voters, right, to move the electorate enough to fill out that absentee ballot or leave their home and go to the ballot box.
Look, I talk to a lot of people, and I don't mean this as an offense to anybody, but people who are like, yeah, this race between council candidates that didn't inspire them, that's just their feedback to me. I'm not saying this is my opinion, but council people and this race didn't inspire them. It didn't move them. And so they didn't feel like it was worth going out.
Why are we so in love with being inspired and falling in love with a candidate?
That's a great question.
Because those types of candidates come around every once in a while, right? I think what are the questions that need to be asked? And if journalists aren't asking those questions, and if these people are asking for your vote, get their audience and ask them the questions that need to be asked. I don't need to be in love with a candidate. I don't necessarily need to be inspired by a candidate. I got a set of issues that I'm thinking about. What are your answers to these issues? You don't got to inspire me, right? Can you do the work? Now, if you inspire me and if I fall in love with you, that is a value add, right? Those candidates come around ever so often. JFK was that candidate for many people. Barack Obama was that candidate for many people, right? Who else in our lifetime, right? That really had sort of like this really big groundswell of support. And I'm talking national politics, but I can localize it. Kwame Kilpatrick was that candidate for a lot of people, right? But
people still are moved by him.
He knows how to move you.
Yeah.
Yeah, like you got to give that to him. Yeah.
Michigan Made Me Do It says, great podcast, guys. Why don't people in Detroit vote? It's the lowest voter turnout in the entire country per capita. What's going on? So that's kind of like another question about that.
Cite that data source. I want to know who's saying that. The lowest voter turnout per capita. I don't think I've heard that number before. I don't think I've heard that data set before.
I'm always open to the data.
Yeah, I want to see it.
Yeah.
But why don't people in Detroit vote? I think this goes back to something that you were saying, Jerry. Actually, you teed it up pretty nicely, so I'll let you finish it about some of the reporting that Nancy Kaffer and them were doing at the Detroit Free Press.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great series that I think people should really dive into because it talks into this idea that if you have a set of concerns and nobody's talking to you about the concerns that matter to you, you're not gonna you're not going to feel like you're part of this situation, right? You know, there's a poll recently out about whatever it was. I don't remember the exact number, but it was like somewhere around 80% or something like that of Detroiters support the job that Mike Duggan did or something like that. But I always wonder about that. How many people have disengaged from that question?
Well, it's a delineation, guys, that I always make in the space of you have a significant number of people who are registered to vote in the city, upwards of 500,000, right? You got registered voters, and then you have the electorate. And the electorate are the people that's going to vote every time there is an election. The electorate are the people that's going to get out to the polls. They're going to vote early, or they're going to do an absentee ballot. And the electorate has a very different viewpoint, needs, educational attainment, income, right, socioeconomic status, what have you, than the rest of registered voters and the city, for that matter. And I think that's a real delineation for people. If you look at precincts with higher voter turnout, they are consistent with educational attainment. They are consistent with making more money and being higher on the social economic register. And then you got like a segment, you have seniors who are always who are going to vote. And these people are coming from neighborhoods that have seen investment, that have seen property values increase, that have seen strategic neighborhood. What's Duggan's? The
Strategic Neighborhoods Fund.
Right?
Yes.
SNF, right? These neighborhoods are a part of
Also,
SNF.
Sunday Night Football.
And then you have folks who in the city of Detroit who are maybe registered to vote, who see nothing, who feel nothing, who don't see the physical and current condition of their neighborhoods change, and are uninspired to do anything about it or to do anything at the ballot box, I would say.
Mr. 1213, good evening. Good to see you. I know you've got a question, but I'm going to tie up with this same thread because Mia responded into the chat. City clerk needs to host more voter registration events all year round, door-to-door registrations. Businesses can agree to have voter registration apps, and it's so many ideas. People aren't visionaries. But I mean, the other side of it though is that you renew your license. Aren't you registered? Like,
Yeah.
Isn't that like tied together here in Michigan?
Yeah. If you go get a license, or if you go get an ID, you don't necessarily have to get a driver's license. You are registered to, they're going to send you your card. So some of this stuff is automated. I think that people in Detroit, this is really near and dear, and I don't want to get like super deep. I don't think it's apathy, right? I think we talk a lot about voter apathy. I think people begin to adapt to what works for them. And going to the polls and voting for people who have made all of these promises and nothing ever materializes, and then same person does the same thing over and over again expecting a different result. Detroiters are not insane. You know what I'm saying? And so I think we really have to deal with and confront the fact that there's been so much disinvestment, so much trauma, so much compounding trauma and narrative to accompany it, right? Coupled with the fact that people's conditions have not changed.
Well, and if you think about what people are living in a lot of these neighborhoods, I think about the neighborhood that I'm now in. My across the street neighbor remembers when there was a candy shop right around the corner during the rebellion.
I love that. It's so fun to get the stories from people.
Right. To get those stories, I need to get more of those people on this show to get them recorded. Even if it's not video, just get the voices.
Get the voice.
Right?
Yeah,
These people who are doing such great stuff, like connected into the community, And I understand some skepticism because
Yeah.
that building's been blown out for 15 years.
Yeah.
Right? So like there are some things that are happening that are good, but from that person's perspective, what they saw, one of my former neighbors where I live in the other neighborhood, their brother was killed during the rebellion.
My goodness.
Right? So like it's the perspective that people don't understand, and it's a story as she told it. So I don't know all the details, but like those are the kinds of things that are rooted here that I think a lot of people just they see the brochure. I don't mean to be like flippant about it, but you see the Hudson's Tower and you see the other thing, and then you show up and it's like, oh damn, right? There's some stuff going on here.
And you see mountains and money being moved for certain segments of the population, be it corporations, be it, what have you. And when you have a request, when you have a need, it's explained away. It's explained to you why that is impossible.
There's a giant pile of crap 2 blocks down from my house, right?
Yeah.
From some construction or some stuff. Anyway, I've reported on the app and friends report on the app. And the blight ticket finally showed up like 4 weeks later. I guarantee you, if that pile of crap was in front of the Gucci store, it'd be gone tomorrow.
It would be.
Right. And from various reasons, like I know that, different people do different areas and whatever, but like you put that in front of the mayor's house, that pile of crap's gone tomorrow.
Yeah.
Right. So you got to be the squeaky wheel in some instances. And I feel like part of my small little piece in the pie is sometimes just to be annoying.
Yeah.
Not to be super public about it, just to be annoying.
But you have time to. You have time to do that.
For sure.
Yeah.
That's a privilege.
A lot of people don't.
They're working a lot of jobs.
I'm trying to tell you, the current condition is so urgent. It's so urgent.
I know this is a bit of a diversion, but
Yeah.
I'm very worried about the SNAP situation. I'm very worried about it.
We should be. As a country, as a city, we should be. We should be worried about it. I issued a challenge to my colleagues in media to do, I think, the real work of making sure that we accurately represent who has been benefiting the most, right? CBS did something that really pissed me off. They personified this SNAP story with a poor black woman who is a single mom. Like it reeks of the welfare queen trope, right? When we know because there's just more of y'all, way more white people are on food stamps, way more. And when we see this story, you know what I'm saying? We're seeing it told from the lens of black and brown people. Stop.
It's not accurate.
It's not accurate. That's my TED talk.
It's a good one. Norris is out.
He made it to MGM?
He's outside.
We outside.
Give us an update. We can hear you.
Clearly, listen, let me tell y'all, the situation here is a lot is going on right now. Let me take y'all around. Hold on. So here's the thing inside the main ballroom.
Mm-hmm. Wow, that's a lot of people.
That's a little different.
So yeah, the scale is not quite comparable. But as you can tell, it's super joyful. And you know, the energy here is significantly younger, a lot more millennials, but it's also very intergenerational. There's a lot of grandmas, a lot of aunties here. There's a lot of younger people, and honestly, I'm seeing it be a lot more diverse actually at this one. So it's interesting, but it seems like Mary's coalition it's definitely a lot more diverse than Ken Locke's was, at least based off what I'm seeing at the campaign party events.
I'm waiting for someone to slap you upside the head for your auntie stereotype there earlier tonight.
I mean, be careful.
It's many different types of aunties, and we have the church aunties at one. And then these are more, your more secular aunties, your more turn up
Your more
aunties. These are aunties
secular-
that be at floods.
Secular aunties, turn up aunties. Okay.
These are floods aunties. All right, these the floods aunties.
The club aunties.
Oh my gosh.
Norris.
Norris. You're going to break us
Well,
here
we
at the
love-
studio
we
at
love
Tech Town.
all
You're just
aunties,
going to break
yeah.
us.
But beyond that, the biggest thing here is with Kinlock, there was a family vibe, a very close knit vibe, which was really endearing, and it was really nice to see that there was a closeness that people were very sort of interfamiliar with each other. They knew everyone by name, and that was really cool. Whether it's like here, this is definitely a more widespread coalition. It feels like there's a lot more communities represented.
All right.
All right, but with that said, man, I'm
Norris,
gonna
do you
bounce out.
have an
We'll try to
idea
get you some
of-
video from her remarks. I've been
Cool.
told that she's going to be speaking shortly, so we'll. try to grab
Norris,
that
we got
for
a question real quick.
Oh
if you got it.
no. He was answering it. I
I'm
was
here,
gonna.
I'm here,
I was.
I'm
I
here.
was asking if when Mary Sheffield is slated to arrive there, or if she's already there. Is there a press scrum or?
Yeah, so we were told that there was supposed to be a press scrum. I'm gonna go check on that right now. And then after that, she's supposed to be giving some remarks. So we don't know if that's gonna be a victory speech. I didn't get that vibe that it would be a victory speech. However,
no one has called the race.
no one's called the race yet, as far as I've seen. But she will have remarks within the next 40 minutes, I'm told.
All right. Well, make sure to chime in later. I appreciate you.
You got it, man. You got it.
All right. Take care.
Yep.
Okay. In the chat, Jocelyn deserves all the flowers. Nice cleanup from the auntie's comment. Jocelyn Moss. I appreciate that. The chat is here for us. The chat is here for us.
Nice
You look.
cleanup.
You look.
I am not going near it. I'm not going near it because
If there was a 10-foot pole, I would give it to you and keep 10
not-
feet away.
I'm not going near it. Nope.
I understand why. I'm just
Because
laughing.
I'm
I'm just laughing.
Like I said earlier, I'm outside. You understand me? And I don't know who watches and who listens. And, sometimes when people find out that I was just on something, they'll go and listen to it. And they were like, oh, we heard you on. Nope.
So to be clear, that was Norris Howard with the
That
comments.
was Norris,
Not
the Prince of Brightmoor. And y'all know I don't claim nothing around no Brightmoor.
Brightmoor may as well be in another state for you.
Yeah, it's another state. It's out of town. But I got to head up. I got to
Okay.
head back up to the newsroom.
Thank you for being so generous with your time.
Of course.
I really
Thank you for
appreciate
having me.
you.
I love playing with you and Norris. And so thank
Absolutely, anytime. And of course, support Outlier Media.
you for having me. OutLierMedia.org. Where's my camera? We got stuff. We
There's
got
stuff.
merch and stuff.
And
We
you've got your own
stickers.
membership program.
Yes. Become a member. We're running a membership drive right now. OutLierMedia.org. Do so. And I voted.
Very nice, very nice. Thank you, Orlando
Thank
Bailey.
you.
All right. And we will be joined by Amanda Brewington, who joined with us last stream as we kind of wait for more information on these election results as they come together here. It's quite a busy night for us here at Tech Town. As Amanda gets settled, are you in there?
Yeah, I'm in there. It's just a little loud.
Okay, let me turn it down for you. I'm also loud.
It's okay.
That's another issue.
I can hear you, so we're good.
Yeah. People used to joke that sometimes they could see my shirts before they heard me, and now that's changed over the years.
Come on.
How are you? Welcome back.
I'm doing well. How are you?
How's the West Side?
It's there. I just left it. I was there.
It has not collapsed in the time since we
In
left.
case anyone was worried, it's going really well over
Have
there.
you seen the demo progress over there at that Mammoth building?
You know, I have a little bit, not like recently, in the last couple of weeks. I need to
It's
drive
just
farther
like
down.
Yeah, it's so funny how they took it out where the back is like gone, and then there's still like this front bit that's still got to come down. It was
Yeah.
real wild driving down Grand River.
Well, because it kind of looks like, did that mean to happen? Like, well, I saw it. It was like, well, okay, I knew that was happening, but it looks abrupt. You're not expecting it, I guess, is how I felt. You know, because it's been there for so long. I guess I'm one of those people. I get like married to the visual, and then I
Right.
drive down. I'm like, oh yeah, okay, I knew that was happening, but that was a little scary.
It actually did happen.
That did happen. Yeah.
So if people don't know you, kind of introduce yourself because
Yeah.
it's been a minute.
It's been a couple months. So yeah, Amanda Brewington. I live on the west side of Detroit, as you alluded to. I by day am a loan fund manager for a nonprofit that does loans to childcare businesses, including in Detroit and all over Michigan, but other places as well. If you have friends, but I really started being active in Detroit when I used to own a little coffee shop in Grandmont Rosedale called Always Brewing Detroit. It is still there under new ownership. It's called Rosa. Glad they're there. They even have a liquor license now. I like
What? I did not know.
Yeah, they do. They don't yell it from. I would be yelling it from
the-
the mountaintops. I would. I mean,
This is how people know is that you yell it
Yes.
from the mountaintops.
yeah. So I
Or from the top of the Mammoth Building.
if it was still there,
If
they
it was
could.
still there.
They could do that. No, but it's So they it's called Rosa, Detroit Rosa. They have coffee shop, food, all that stuff. But then they also open at night and have cocktails. They've been having parties for Lions games. Like it's a really happening place, and it's right there on Grand River. We've got several things popping up over there that were not there when I owned it, and I'm glad to see the growth. And I'm a community member and neighbor, so excited for it.
It's so exciting to go over there. Last time I was just over. I went with Norris to a farmer's market over there in the park.
Yeah, yep, the Northwest Farmers Market. That's a great one. They have a lot of good like food trucks. Like I always go over there and I think I'm gonna get vegetables, and then I smell barbecue and leave with the most unhealthy but delicious items. So that's
I ended up with spaghetti squash.
okay. Well, you win. You win that one because
I was trying to be. I think Norris bought an album from the 80s. I don't remember what album he bought.
okay.
But yeah, it was a fun time. Apparently, that was also the ball field he would play like Little League on.
Yes, they do. They have Little League, T-ball, all that good stuff. And then they have soccer on the other season. They even put in, some of the neighbors put water down and have like ice skating in the wintertime. In the summertime, that would be weird. In the wintertime.
Well, I'm going to dive back into the chat in a little bit because people have all their kind of stuff. But how are you feeling about, it is election night and things happening in Detroit? Like, how are you feeling about
I know.
the vibes?
I'm excited for tonight. Good vibes. I have my own beliefs of who's going to be taking that mayor seat based on what I've seen up until now. So I have a feeling it's going to go a certain way, and I'm excited about it.
It seems like people are showing up
Yeah,
in that kind of way, especially with the parties. I'm very interested to see into the council districts and everything else happening with that.
Yeah, my council seat in District 1 not as exciting because it's James Tate unopposed. So kind of
here-
sure it's going to be him.
Someone in the chat earlier today was like Fezzi for mayor, but in reality, Fezzi could much easier make it to like city council, maybe board of commissioners.
Yeah.
We need to work on Fezzi's political
Yes.
career and get them, Fezzi D. Pheasant is the full name.
Why not?
Write that fully into some office. We need to pick a very obscure office
Yeah.
and write it in.
They had a write-in spot in my district. I think it's like, what was it? The police commissioner board. It was all.
was same in my district,
It was
too.
all write-in.
It was all write-in.
So I looked it up. There were like 5 people you could write in, and one guy I was familiar with, and I went on his social media, and I was like, oh, I say, okay, you're good. So I wrote him in. But I thought, why all write-ins? Like, I mean, what's that about? I want to.
I know that there's like minimum thresholds or something like that, and I know Orlando had to go, but that's something that's like a very interesting thing. And it makes me think if the next cycle, if people want to get involved, there's going to be a lot of places you could get involved in a lot of ways. And I think it would be a great opportunity for some folks to step up. I know in other offices, we have 6 different listeners. I don't think I can go through all of them now because I can't remember them all.
It's okay.
But 6 different listeners that are running for office for the first time in various parts of Metro Detroit. One of them is actually a contributor. Devin O'Reilly is running for council in Dearborn.
Okay.
So
Nice.
one of our own is
Very
up
good.
on the board.
Yeah, I mean, it's a hard thing to do, but it's not an impossible thing to do. And I think if you want to do it and you start at these lower levels, and that's where you should start anyways. You get your feet wet, understand how the systems work, go to the meetings, meet the people, shake the hands,
Kiss the babies.
Yeah, kiss the babies. I was going to go there. Thank you.
Had to fill it out all the way.
Why not? You could start there, and then you know kind of how things work. People get to know your name. I mean, when I owned a business, people got to know I had strangers come up to me and they're like, I voted for you at Detroit Soup, 2 years ago. Hi, remember me? And a lot of times I didn't remember them and I always felt bad. I was like, oh, I got to remember them. So I would try to always remember people's faces and the drink they would order. I wouldn't know their name. Like I'll see people sometimes on the street. I'm like, oh, chai tea latte. What's up? Like, I don't know their name, but I remember that person ordered a chai tea latte, 16 ounce with soy milk. I remember their face and their drink. And it's like, it's kind of politics. Like if you meet all these people, they know you. You just go, okay, yep, that's the guy that has the problem with the neighbor, and that's the guy who needs to do this. And you remember them. You remember their story. That's how you do it. I mean, that's how you meet people and retain it.
Wouldn't that be filed under actually giving a crap?
Oh yes, but
which is actually really the number one thing I really want in my candidates.
I'll
please
be
give
honest.
a crap.
Sometimes I forget that that's like a hurdle, right? Like you should give a crap. You should I forget that I have to not assume that everyone gives a crap. Like you should. Oh yeah, I forgot we have to say that. Oh, you know what I mean?
Jocelyn in the chat says backdraft BBQ shout out.
Yes, thank you, Jocelyn, for calling out the barbecue. There we go.
We've got a listener actually in the studio, actually a supporting member because Daily Detroit is funded by our members on Patreon. And if you are a member, you could get one of these or one of these. But one of our members is with us here in the studio, lives in the Russell Woods neighborhood. Hello over there on the couch. It's really cool to have people here for election night who also support the project or are out here in the city neighborhoods and doing things.
Totally.
Yeah. So let's get into a little bit of the chat as we go here. Well, again, we're waiting for more stuff. I'm looking at the websites and the updates myself, and we don't have a lot of new info. We're still below 10% reporting. Okay. What do we have here?
So what time did polls closed? What
8
an hour ago?
Yeah, 8 hour and 15. Okay. Yeah. So Mr. 1213, one of our favorite contributors to the chat, Kinloch should have come out strong back in August, especially on social media. I was going to share this until we found that Norris was coming in live. I actually talked to Solomon Kinloch the other day. And one of the things that he said, Pastor Kinloch, was that a reporter asked him what was his biggest regret in this, and it would be starting earlier. You need to start earlier.
Yeah.
So I think there's an alignment there.
That makes sense. Because it's all, my dad and I were just discussing this. My dad and I talk politics a lot, and he was like, why do people always seem to vote for just a name? I said, because people have very short-term attention spans and memories. So you got to be in their mind. And it's if you start being in someone's mind a year ago, there's more chance, repeated interaction. Oh yeah, that's the guy. That's who I'm going to vote for. Do that for a year. But if you just do it for 3 to 6 months, people are like, who was that? I don't even remember that guy. I don't.
I mean, I think there's something to that. I think about even with this show. So when Norris comes back and we end up recording whatever the results are for episode 1800
oh my gosh.
of the podcast.
Whoa.
Okay. As I stated at the beginning of the show, we got a nod in Crane's Who's Who for the podcast that influential people listen to. Influential people in Metro Detroit listen to Daily Detroit. And there's no way that happens year one.
No.
There's no way that happens year two. No way that happens year 3.
Yes.
Right. And it is, I know that social media can really enhance things. And I don't think we're a big deal. I mean, we're a niche local podcast in the middle of Detroit. I have no illusions that we're ever going to be 1 million downloads or anything like that a day.
Not yet. Just go that way. No.
Fair. But it's that, they're there. Oh, they're there. They're still there. They haven't left yet. Mm-hmm. So we just haven't been kicked out of the club yet.
Well, there's one of my favorite quotes is, I don't want to start anything weird, but it's Woody Allen is always attributed for saying it. And it's 90% of success. It's also known as 80% of success. So, all stats are made up on the spot. So we'll say 90%.
Especially with quotes by
right,
famous people that we're not sure we're attributing it to.
Exactly. But we'll say 90% of success is showing up. that's real. I mean, I think that's true for having a podcast, for having a business, for being a politician. Just keep showing up every day, another week, another month, another year. That builds. Like, just keep showing up. That's how success happens. It's not like, oh yeah, everybody just really likes me day one. Like that maybe once in a while, but even those people I think are kind of making stuff up there. I don't think that really happens. I think you got to build it.
Fast in, fast out, oftentimes.
Yes.
I got to ask you, because you are someone who ran a coffee shop for a long time. And like, how did you do it? I mean, I know I do a show every day, but like you literally had to get up at, how do people in your world do that? Because I look at that and I go, I am glad you all are here when I need coffee. I know the pain that I am in now. I can't even imagine being up early enough to do all the other stuff to then give myself coffee.
Well, there's a couple things. So first of all, like, people aren't at coffee shops as early as you think they are. Like, when I opened the coffee shop, people are like, oh, you have to open at 5, you have to open at 6. I opened at 7, and 7 to 8 was like the quietest hour. It wasn't until about 8 o'clock when everyone's like, oh, no, I'm on my way to work, I need coffee. Then they show up. Then they're like, where's my coffee? And then it's busy for a hot minute. But it's really just, for me, I kept contact solution, makeup, an extra shirt, like, in the shop. So I would sometimes run in half awake, half dressed, and just be like, okay, gotta look like a person. Hi, welcome to the coffee shop. I mean, that's real entrepreneurship, where you're like, you've slept in your business before? Yep, I bet you have. So it's all, we make it look pretty, but it's a lot of just grinding and putting your makeup on in the back bathroom. I'll tell you that. It's reality.
Well, I mean, and I think too, you got to show up on days even when you're not sure it's going to be a big deal, or sometimes show up for things where you need to be there. But, we weren't planning on doing a Friday episode, but I was able to land an interview about the SNAP issues, right?
Yes.
And I was like, all right, I got to get in there. It's Friday. Normally I'd work on other things, but I need to get this thing out there. And you just have to lock in and do it. There's been a lot of talk about neighborhoods and small businesses throughout this campaign by everybody,
Yes.
right? So I'm not going to highlight a specific person, but I'm going to try to lean on your expertise and your experience as a resident, as a former business owner, as somebody who's connected into these things. Like, what is the gap here in Detroit to help fill? Because I think so many people want more new stuff in their neighborhood, right? Every neighborhood wants the coffee shop that you used to run. Every neighborhood wants the list of things, and not everybody, most neighborhoods don't have all the things.
Right.
What is the gap looking forward, whoever wins, who's ever in these offices, and also working with the people that they're gonna have to work in partnership, business, the larger business community, the state, all that other stuff. What needs to happen to get that closer to the goal, that thing everyone talks about? I want stuff in my neighborhoods.
It's a couple things. So first, things have gotten better since 2011, 2012, when I was trying to open the coffee shop. Back then, it was like, here's a giant stack of paperwork and checklists that, makes sense to somebody who's trying to open a Meijer in the city, but not to one person who's trying to open a 1,600 square foot coffee shop. There was no in between. There was not a small business. It was like, all businesses have to do all of these things. And it was like, well, wait, none of this applies to me, or at least 80% of this doesn't apply to me. How do I get through the system? And so it used to be really daunting just to get, your license, inspections. A lot of that was hard to follow. I spent a lot of time just showing up and trying to be friendly to inspectors, the health department. I'm just like, hi, I'm a waitress by day. Today's my, Thursday and Friday are my 2 days off. Please help me get this paperwork filled out so I can open. I'm just trying to open a coffee shop. Promise, like, not trying to make a lot of money. Going to pick up another shift this weekend to help pay for the thing you said I have to pay for now. So it was a lot of that. It's gotten better from what I've heard, but it's still just the barrier of entry. Like, a lot of entrepreneurs, especially first-time business owner, like, you have no idea. You don't know what you don't know. So you can't, I have to go get the license. I have to go talk to the inspector. I have to go to the health department. I mean, coffee is a funny one because people say, well, why do you have to go to the health department? You're not opening a restaurant. I said, people consume it. People put it in their body. You have to talk to the health department, So there's a level right there. But it's just, I would love for there to be, and there exist, and they're getting better. But like a checklist, a guide, a human person you can call and say, hi, I want to open a coffee shop. How do I do that? Walk me through the steps. And they're getting there. Like, there are city things that are are helping with that. But I still think if you're green and you don't know, it's a daunting task to try to get through all the systems when they're not all laid out and available.
And some of the reforms are only just beginning now.
Yes.
And there's a lot more work that needs to be done. And that's one thing that I've talked to a lot of people who seem to see that needs to happen. But it really does. Because, I mean, there are many suburbs that will literally come up to you with like a packet and like a person assigned to you and be like, hi, I'm Joe from blah, blah, blahville. And would you like a coffee shop? Well, here are the 10 forms you need. And here are the numbers in the back. And if you want to make the thing go, and because they're hungry for the business, and Detroit leadership needs to be hungry for the business, and not just for the big business downtown, but to encourage, if you want to encourage neighborhood development, you want to encourage minority development. It's so frustrating to me, the number of developers of color and other people that I've talked to that are only working in the suburbs because of that Detroit stuff. And that is about making a better system and reforming what's in place and changing those processes. They have to happen. If that's something that I think Duggan started a little bit of the work on, but let's be honest, this is going to be the big work of what's coming up in this next administration.
It needs to be more of a like, hi, we want you here, welcome, please open a business in our city, less of like, what? Why are you calling me? I've had entrepreneurs I've worked with in different capacities where, they're just trying to get a dumpster near, they have to have a dumpster to operate, and like they can't get the city to tell them, oh, well, you can't use this dumpster company, but you can use this, and you have to call this person. And there's a lot of just like misinformation or like half of information that you need. And so they get really frustrated. And I mean, when I was a loan officer, prior in the city, I'd have clients who would call me, upset and overwhelmed, and they're like, I can't open because I can't get a dumpster and I don't know what else to do, so then I would, which was not my job as their loan officer, I would go downtown and like assist them through the process. But like, if they didn't have a loan with me, like, I don't know who's helping them. So there was a lot of that kind of thing. I had two friends, I won't say who they are, who've opened businesses in the suburbs, who wanted to open the city, but they went to the suburbs. When they opened in those suburbs, they got hugs from the municipality person who helped them. Like, oh, here's my phone number. Thanks for opening your business here. Gave them a hug. And I used to say when I had the coffee shop, where's my hug? Like, I want the city to give me a hug. You know what I'm saying? So that we need to get to the hug level. We need a Detroit hugger. We do. I mean, and if you're not a hugger, I get it. Just let us know. We won't force hugging on you. But if you want a hug, they should be giving out hugs. Hey, open a business here. We'll give you a hug. That shouldn't be that hard.
Right. And the thing is that with proper planning and proper thought, when we think about zoning, when we think about how things are laid out, when we think about permitting, all that stuff, I know there's plenty of room for everybody here, because when I was younger, there was 1 million people here. We can do this. This whole idea that there isn't room is insane. It's poor execution if there's not.
Well, I mean, my dad grew up in the city on the east side. He's an east sider. He always thinks it's funny that I'm a west sider. He's like, how'd that happen? I was like, you raised me.
What neighborhood on the east side?
So he grew up on Park Grove Street and like on Ross, Meringue, over that area. Okay, I don't know the east side well enough to tell you more than that, but he's over that area. But my dad, like, he talks about, him and his grandpa taking him up to the candy store up the street, going to these different restaurants, little mom and pop shops everywhere in that area, and they're not there anymore. Like, he just, he just doesn't. We drive over there, and he's like, "Where'd they go? Where did all?" So it's like you're saying, there's so much space. There was so much going on at one time. Why isn't it there anymore? And so until we're at max, which we're a ways from.
And let me tell you, I have a story that's going to be dropping in our newsletter. Okay. It's a really interesting story about a building that was rehabbed that was built in 1860. Okay. Now, what's interesting about this? Now, it's a really good story, and I'm really glad to see them do what they did. But one highlight in my notes that I thought about to mention to you, it took them 18 months to get a variance to build basically the same building that they have, but new next to it. It took them 18 months to do that, which is tons of time and money. It took just as much time for the District Detroit to get all their changes and everything that they needed for that whole neighborhood.
And that's a whole area. That's a whole footprint you're talking about compared to a building.
And in most places, it's, 3 months or something like that. Not that there shouldn't be community input or any of that stuff.
No,
but the
we
stuff
want
needs
that.
to move faster because when you're holding on for 18 months, you're gonna kill deals. Because that's just not what people don't sit around for a year and a half.
They don't have the
waiting
money
for-
to.
Right.
The other thing is I've seen entrepreneurs pay rent, not to interrupt you there, but they'll pay rent for like 18 months while that's happening on a space so they don't lose it. And it's like, who has that money laying around? They're not bringing any money in. They're paying all that money out. And that's the other side of it is, if you have landlords, I'll walk carefully here. If you have landlords that have buildings that they're just sitting on, or they're asking way too much money, or they're refusing. I had a landlord tell me once when I was shopping around for a spot for the coffee shop. I said, this building doesn't have bathrooms. And he says, if you want bathrooms, you can put them in. What? Like, come on. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? Like, you got to work with people a bit. And I tell entrepreneurs, I tell loan clients, I say, ask, what do you need? Ask the landlord. The worst they can say is no. I met people later on who told me they didn't pay rent for 6 months, 10 months, 18 months till they got open. And I'm like, I was paying rent month 1 when I opened that coffee shop, even when it wasn't open. It was just me on the lease. So
Mia Poo says, first you have to understand what type of place Detroit is. People come to take from impoverished people instead of understand this is not Sterling Heights, Novi, Dearborn, etc. You have to invest in the people, neighborhoods, or Detroit will continue to teeter between success and a dangerous place. So I think, and I hear you, and I've been around the city. I mean, so people know I started out my media career working the Hudson's demolition in 1998. Wow. So I've seen some things. Okay. My grandmother grew up on the east side. I had a complicated home life between the city and the suburbs, split household. These things happen.
Yes.
Much more talked about now in the 2000s than they were in the 80s.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. And the thing where I agree that we have to invest in the neighborhoods, but I think what we have to do is have standards and stick to them. We don't want people taking advantage of folks, but we do want people providing jobs and we do want people investing, right?
Yes.
So, and that means having a standard and not having everything be bespoke or having efficient processes that live in 2025 where you can just go online and take care of it for those things. And like, you got to have more commerce. There just got to be, like, Detroit can't keep being what it is. Things have to change one way or another, right? Because a lot of the things don't still work, right? There's lots of progress to be proud of, but there's also lots of stuff that still doesn't work.
When you're trying to fix so many things and so many years of disenfranchisement, like
decades.
I'm saying years, but
Yeah.
you're right, decades. Like, when you're trying to fix that, one win is great, but you're looking at a laundry list of 100 other things you need to work on. It gets overwhelming, and I get that, and I'm not giving anybody, it's overwhelming. No, it's overwhelming, but it's like I think of when I'm working with entrepreneurs. You celebrate the win that day, and tomorrow you wake up and you look at the list and you pick another thing, and that's how Detroit needs to operate. Is we have all these things we need to work on. Every time we win, cool, awesome, we're winning, great, progress. But that doesn't mean go lay down or go throw a party for several months. Like, you got to get back to the list and just keep chipping away at it. It's all we can do because we have so much that needs to change and so much that needs help and progress and focus. And I mean, I've been living in the city. I moved back a year ago. Prior to that, doing the math real quick in my head, I promise. I was living in the city 8-9 years before that. And it's definitely very different now than it was, again, doing the math in my head, 14 years ago when I first moved into the city. That was, because I grew up outside the city. My dad was a Detroiter. His dad was a Detroiter. His dad was a Detroiter. So, like, I have this and growing up, I still talk about this day. Growing up, coming to Detroit, hanging out in the city with my dad as a kid, I was like, this place is so cool. This is a magical city. I always felt so welcome. And so, like, my dad would take us down to Belle Isle and just let us go play. We'd go play with whatever kids were on Belle Isle. We'd go play. We'd go to the Thanksgiving Day parade. That's still a big part of our family, and it was just always like, wow, I love Detroit. And I had that in me, and I went to school and I went away and Detroit's so great. And I remember one time somebody was like, well, if you like Detroit so much, maybe you should just move there. And so then I did, because I was like, you know what? You're right. I should.
Maybe I will.
Maybe I will. And so that's what I did in my 20s. And it was great. But it's so different. But I still see so many things are the same. It's crazy. It's like this mental shift where it's like, oh, that's gotten so much better. wow, that's exactly the same as it was 15 years ago. My childhood, 30, 40 years ago. I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah.
You took me back with the Hudson building, 98. Oh, I remember when the Hudson
I was
building
covered in
demolished.
dust.
I bet.
Because it was back before they really but I think they really, I remember the dust covering all of downtown and went all the way over to WDIV,
Yeah. No, that's
and which is
right.
blocked like a half a mile away or something like that.
Yeah.
Just covered. Like you couldn't even drive through it. It would like clog up your air filter.
Oh my gosh.
It was insane. I felt like some sort of architectural salvage snowman.
That's crazy.
I don't think that was healthy for me.
Probably not.
Probably not.
I hope you didn't breathe it in for too long.
I wore a mask, I guess.
okay.
Before it was cool, I guess.
You're ahead of your time on the mask.
Yes,
Good
I was
job.
ahead of my
Good
time.
job.
August Dorian says, thank you for the coverage. Glad to be here for you, August. Absolutely. I really appreciate it. Mr. 1213 had a question a little bit earlier that I wanted to circle back for you specifically around coffee. What are good operation hours for a coffee shop? I noticed that some independent neighborhood coffee shops close at 4. So what's going on with that? Because you know what? A lot of people ask me late night coffee shops.
Yes.
Right?
I think you can't be everything to everyone. So you kind of have to decide what you as the owner, your focus is, and also what your customers want, because it's going to be different in the neighborhood. Each neighborhood, I'm sure, is different. In my neighborhood, I started out early. I was doing like 7 a.m., and then nobody was really coming in, so then I pushed it down to 8. I was opening at 8, and people were like, you should open earlier. It was like 2 guys who were like, we need you here before 8, and that was the only ones. And I'm like, 2 guys is not enough for me to justify a whole nother hour.
You guys need to be here at 8.
Yeah, but so they'd be at my door at 8, and so I was like, okay, I'll be there.
That's amazing.
Yeah, they were there, so that happened. But what we would do is, because I personally am a late night coffee shop person. I spent a lot of time in college and just in life hanging out late at night. So what we did, because I couldn't sustain being open 8 to 5, 8 to 8. I mean, that's 12 hours, a long time, and I was the only person technically working at my coffee shop.
You were doing the 12
Yeah,
hours.
So I would do like 8 to 5, but then I would do some nights. There was like Tuesday and Thursday nights I'd be open later, and like Thursday nights we'd be open till 10 p.m. And yes, I was there from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m., but just one day a week, and we did open mic, and we'd have events, and it would get people in the door. But it's really special because we're only open late on Thursday nights, so you gotta come in Thursdays, and so we kind of ran both. But I think, I've been in other cities where a lot of coffee shops close at like 3 on the West Coast, and I was like, why? I need my 4 o'clock, 3:30 cup of coffee. So I think 3, 4 is a little early. I think a nice like 7 or 8, depending on how early your crowd is, till 5 is ideal. If you want to have a late night crowd, maybe do some testing, do some once a week nights. And if you have the staff and you can afford it, expand that. It also depends on location. Like downtown, I'll see like there's a couple coffee shops that are open till like 10 p.m., 11 p.m. like at night. Especially like Thursday through Saturday downtown. And when I was working in an office and I needed to go focus, I would go down, spend a night late at a coffee shop. So just find your groove and try things out. Don't be afraid to try things out.
And I think you need to serve the market that you're in. So like you go to Dearborn, there's going to be a ton of late night coffee shops for you. Just literally head over there. Or I've been to, I think, Desert Oasis in downtown Royal Oak.
Yeah.
Will be open late. Also, I think Desert Oasis sometimes in Capitol Park will be open late.
The Capitol Park one is where I did a lot of writing.
Okay.
So I know they open late, at least Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
Yeah. And so really finding what matches your market, So like in my neighborhood, I've got the Commons in Red Hook. I think Red Hook's open 7 days. But the Commons, which I really enjoy, they do really cool stuff over there. And the prices, my gosh, they should charge more. Maybe they shouldn't, but they're run by
anybody. I'm just
they're
kidding.
run by a nonprofit, but they have really good coffee. Like their cold brew is on point.
Awesome.
But they're always open at 7, which is super cool over there at Mack and Van Dyke.
Yep.
And you wouldn't think it, but it's also a laundromat.
That's what I say. The laundromat part is what I love about that, because I definitely have had some finicky washing machines in my life, and I would go over to Commons and use that.
I have a dog.
Yep. There you go.
As you know, I have a dog.
Yes.
And so sometimes dog things happen.
Yes, I do.
But and sometimes you just need the big ass washer.
Yes.
Sometimes you just need the big thing. If you're doing blankets or whatever.
Yeah, well, they make rugs now that are all like thrown in the washing machine. I'm like putting that rug in my washing machine.
Especially especially those pet safe rugs where you've got like
Exactly.
the layer and then the thing and the whatever.
Oh yes, we could talk about the dog life. We could.
We very much could. Let's see. Anything else in the chat before I mention a couple things? One thing I wanted to ask you, and this is kind of in the news as we wait for another batch of results to kind of come through. I'm trying to get us a little bit closer to some numbers here,
Yeah.
but there is word that Waymo self-driving cars are coming to Metro Detroit.
I saw something about that, and I was like, "Is that real? Is this a joke?
It's
Is this
real.
Okay,
It's very real. We talked about it on the Monday show a little bit with Fletcher Sharp, but one thing I wanted to mention is from listener TJ, who I believe is listening. Guys, I'm real excited for Waymo to come. The future is coming, and I'm glad that they'll be testing in the Detroit environment for its combination of weather, sprawl, and poor road infrastructure. Keeping it real.
Yes.
All complexities that need to be worked out. And I'm very comfortable using the technology. I hope I can get an early adopter invite. Let's talk about it. So would you get into a self-driving car? Is this something that you're into? Miss me with it? How are you? Because this is going to be, the thing is when these things hit the streets,
Yeah.
it's going to be very different than the self-driving cars that we're used to, because you can go in them,
Yeah.
right? You'll see you used to see like the Ford AI stuff running around Corktown and different stuff. And you can see the little equipment and whatever, and there's some shuttle downtown. The Waymo experience, let me tell you, is a different thing.
Have you ridden in one?
I have had many friends who have
Okay.
ridden in them and
Okay.
sent me lots of videos.
Okay, so you're in it. You know about this. Okay.
Yeah, it's like an Uber with nobody in it.
Yeah, I've seen them, and I was reading that we were getting them in Detroit, and I was like, oh wow, okay. I oscillate between this place of like, can the automation, can the car have those moment reactions? And I'm snapping my fingers for you guys who can't hear, like those moments, because I've been driving where it's like, if I had not hesitated that second, I would have been hit, or whatever.
Yeah.
And I just worry that the car isn't going to be as fast as the human, especially not at first. But then I think I don't want to be one of those people who like didn't want to get a cell phone because I thought they'd get brain cancer, because like now we all have cell phones, And I'm thinking about that. I'm thinking,
Right.
like, I don't want to be that lady who's like, well, I'm not getting that self-driving car. That's dangerous. And then it's like 10 years from now, I'm like, oh, why was I so scared? And so I'm kind of on the fence, to be honest. Like, I feel like I would try it out as like a joyride. Like, oh, I'll just take it to see, take it from, Corktown over to Midtown just to test it out. And then I'd get out and be like, okay, I lived. That's how I feel,
I think for me is that if all the cars were self-driving, then they could all talk to each other.
That's true. Oh, yeah.
But we're not in that world yet.
No.
But I'm definitely I'm going to do it. I'm going to try.
Okay.
I want to try it.
Yeah.
And I want to do some video from inside of it. Because, why not sacrifice myself for the people?
Yes, it's all in the line of work. It's you gotta do it for the people. Now, I think it's interesting. Yeah, I have a couple of friends who are pilots, and they tell me, and I don't want to freak people out about flying, that other than taking off and landing, flying the plane. Any plane is just like autopilot. They just put it they get it up in the air and then they just put it on cruise control and then they land it. Like, those are the things that the humans do. And then the plane kind of flies itself in the in-between. And I've heard this from a couple different sources, so I do think this is accurate information. I do not work for any kind of aviation, so this might be people telling me stories, tell tales. But I think about that with driving, because it's like, well, if it's just like you're on the highway and it's like you're just going straight and you're the only car around, yes, I think the car can handle that. But it's the other, like you're talking about, they talk to each other, the other cars interacting, and those moments where somebody makes a bad call. I drive Southfield Freeway a lot, and hooey. Southfield Freeway. I've watched people avoid a crash by driving into a fence. I've seen a lot on Southfield. It's a scary ride sometimes. I'm very cautious, and I think about that Waymo on Southfield Freeway, and I'm like, is Southfield Freeway gonna make it with that car?
The Southfield is its own beast. I want to mention, though, and this is something that came in so people know, the Associated Press has called the race for Mary Sheffield.
Wow.
That was there was a little bit ago. We were in the middle of our little stories or whatever, and I was waiting for more numbers to report out, but the AP has called it, saying that she will receive more than 50% of the vote, and that she will succeed 3-term incumbent Mike Duggan. The AP calls the time at 9:12. So
Okay.
that's a knockout, hour and 12 minutes. So
Is that a record?
I don't know if it's a record. I do not know the data. I do not know the data on that.
okay.
All right. So Detroit's first woman African-American mayor.
Yes.
It's a thing.
It's a big time.
It's a huge time.
It is. I think, Detroit's often ahead of the time, so I'm just gonna say that. Like, if we're doing this with a young woman, African American mayor, hey, what else is the world gonna do? What else around us is gonna take this on? I think it's a good sign. I think it's really good stuff.
Yeah, a lot of work's ahead.
Yeah.
A lot of work's ahead, but a lot of people are very energized. And this is the thing.
Yes.
So also in the results is that Zohran Mamdani has won the race in
Has
New York.
he? They called
Yes.
it?
NBC News projects that
Okay.
Zohran's won the race. So if you take both of those things, I know we're not like the first jackrabbit on it, but we were talking.
Yeah. That's all right.
You see a wave. The through line that I see is not necessarily policy, but energy.
Yes.
And energy for a younger voice in leadership. Because I can't tell you how many times I hear in feedback from listeners of the show or readers of the newsletter that it's time to turn the page on geriatric leadership in
Yes.
America.
Yes. I mean, this is just me talking. This is Amanda Brune talking, but I'll tell you, term limits. These people stay way beyond their, I'm talking like federal government level. Like some of these people.
What about
are they
age
doing?
limits though? Instead of, so here's my
Oh,
nerve.
that's a dangerous
'Cause see,
one.
here's my thing.
Dangerous.
Because here's my thing. One of the things that's happened with term limits in the state legislature is that the lobbyists end up knowing more than the legislators.
True. And I feel like everybody's just always running because they're like, oh, I got to get my next seat. And it's like,
and it's got to be in the other house. And
Exactly.
then
There's
I
a
got
lot
to
of
find a
that.
place to land. And
Yeah, so that causes issues. I don't want to say it doesn't, but I haven't thought about like age. Like, I guess you have to be a certain age to run for it on the front end. Like, you can't be 10 and run for office. You have to have a certain age, depends on which office it is. But, so should there be a back end age? I don't know. I mean, maybe that, or I think about my own elderly family members and I think maybe there should be a cognitive test, I mean, make sure they're firing on all cylinders. It happens to all of us, and just don't want people who don't have their faculties in charge of things. It makes me nervous, but
yeah.
yeah. It's
It's
exciting.
It's a new era in Detroit.
yeah.
I mean, whoever was going to win, as Orlando Bailey said, it was going to be, but it is in fact this is a big deal.
Yes, it is. It's a huge deal.
It's historic and it's momentous in a way, especially in the echo of the loss of Kamala Harris.
Yes. Yeah. Well, I got nervous today. I'll be honest. I had one moment. Of course, I'm on social media and I'm looking at all the things. I got nervous today when I saw that Mary was sharing this "I'm with her," which was a Kamala Harris thing. I was like, ooh, don't reuse weird campaign stuff. Don't do that. Whoa, don't do that. I don't think it was going to make or break her, but I just saw it and I was like, oh, don't do that. Don't reuse things that didn't work is my nerve. But I want to go back and say that I think both of the examples you just gave, Detroit and New York City's mayor races, look at the primaries, guys. A lot of people don't vote in primaries. We do, and we were here talking about it that night. But primaries really called it because who won in the primaries and had landslide leads in the primaries. Now they're winning in the actual primaries matter. It really set the tone, in my opinion, this race especially because Mayor Sheffield had over 50% in the primary.
Right, that's where a lot of like prediction markets and things were like, okay, if you're going to win 50, and in some places, not in Detroit, but in some places, if you were to win over 50% in the primary, they don't even bother holding the general.
Right. Yeah. No, I've heard that. So I think it just goes to show that these things that historically have not been things people pay attention to, like primaries, whatever. Like, no, they matter. And they set the tone for the general election, if there is one, to make it happen. So it goes back to like, you should vote and be aware and start early.
Because we are the ultimate term limits.
Yeah.
That's how it's supposed to work. You're supposed to be engaged, and we are the ultimate term
No,
limits.
democracies don't work if you don't participate in them.
Yes.
So that's why we got to do that, guys.
Stina says, we have a retirement age. It should be across the board.
Oh, I like that. A retirement
A retirement
age.
age.
Yeah.
So, wow. Okay. Well, I'm going to take a little look at the numbers really quick with the city of Detroit. We haven't really checked in a little bit. All right. So we are at 13% turnout according to the dashboard. And right now, Mary Sheffield has more than 53,000 votes, 77.23% of the vote.
Wow.
Compared to Solomon Kinloch at 22.25. Winfrey, of course, unopposed, 98.75 with the 787 people who wrote something in. I really wish they would break that down. I want to see. Maybe this is where.
What did people write in? What are they saying?
So we go farther. Mary Waters is in the catbird seat for the council president at large right now with 36, almost 37% of the vote. Coleman A. Young II has 33%, Janae Ayers 19%, and James Harris 10%. It's interesting to see. I wonder, first off, Mary Waters is a name everybody knows.
Yes.
Like a lot of people in Detroit know.
Yeah.
Been around for a very long time. Coleman A. Young II is a name
Yes.
everybody knows.
Of course, for lots of reasons. Him or the other one. Yeah, no.
For sure. For sure. So, I mean, and then Janae was in council before,
Yes.
but as we talked about earlier on the show, I wonder if people realized that she was cleared.
Yeah, that's hard to beat. She was cleared, but that's something that's like going to follow her, right? And who paid attention? Where did they stop paying attention?
Right.
So that's true.
Should surprise you not, the James Tate.
I know. Yeah.
And then Angela Whitfield Calloway has 66% of the vote so far in District 2 over Roy McAllister. District 3, we have Scott Benson, 71% of the vote over Kristana Anderson. District 4, Letitia Johnson's running unopposed. In the 5th district, Renata Miller has 56.7% of the vote, and Willie Burton, 42%. District 6, Gabrielle Santiago Romero has 58% of the vote, with Tyrone Carter, 40% of the vote. And currently, in District 7, Denzel McCampbell is leading 55-43 over Karen Whitsitt.
Okay.
Which is, as we talked about earlier in the show, very different views.
Yeah.
Going to be very interesting to see how that one actually shakes out. It's a very small universe of voters in each of these council districts.
Yeah. Well, and I personally just, when people run unopposed, and no hate, I like my district person. I like, James Tate, we're cool.
But I
think you need to have somebody else run against you.
on principle, we need to have these conversations, even if it is a bit of a Don Quixote campaign. What I mean by that is you tilt at windmills. You don't think you may not win.
Right.
But even if you're going to go in to actually care about an issue a lot, and you know what? I'll tie that back to the mayor's race. Solomon Kinloch really raised up those issues in neighborhoods and children and things about Detroit that are sometimes difficult to talk about or inconvenient to talk about, or maybe people don't share and go viral on a USA 10 best list,
Right.
but are important to talk about. And so I'm really glad that he did that.
Yeah, having the conversations, getting it out there, getting people to, maybe question things they just always assumed had to be a certain way. I think it's important to have it. So when I see people running unopposed, I'm like, come on, guys, come on. There's got to be somebody out there who just, throw your hat in the ring, give it a try.
In the chat, David Porter says Kinloch did nothing after the primary until it was too late. I'm going to argue he should have started like a year or two ago.
Yeah.
Right? Like you do this thing where it's like you should go do all the media rounds even before you announce running.
Yes.
Right? Like he had never really rose his profile to anybody. Not just, I don't want to talk about us because we did have a number of candidates through here.
Sure.
But it's the kind of thing of like, hey, he was always well known in his communities. But there's also a lot of people who didn't know him.
Yeah. Well, I think it's I love when you see people doing a media tour and you're like, did you write a book?
What are you going to write? What are you going to do?
Yeah. Did you write a book? Are you, you got a new job? Why are you
he's a
here?
bright guy.
And they're just like, no, I'm just saying hi. And so as those people that, 6 months later, it's like, oh, they're running for whatever. But do that. Get your name out there. Get your feet wet. Try it out.
Mia Poo says education and critical thinking is at an all-time low, it seems. Gender, race should not determine an election. Unfortunately, this is why we aren't as progressive as we should be.
Okay.
I do think, though, it's important to note a first.
Yeah, I think
it's
that's
important to note a first, and this is a first for Mary Sheffield.
Yes, and I don't think it's a matter of that's why people voted for her at all. It's a lot of things she's done. She's been council president. They know the name. All these things.
Some would argue that it was the reverse, that she had to overcome. I mean, that's something that Santil Jenkins, when she was running, would talk about, and I've heard interviews talk about the challenges of some people's perception.
Yes,
that a woman couldn't. That's a corner of people. There are people who think like that.
I mean, we still haven't had a female president, so here we are. You know what I mean? So here we are. Like, that's a thing. That's definitely a thing.
Mr. 1213, I agree, David Potter. I hope that one of his advisors weren't a secret Sheffield supporter.
Oh, no.
You in the chat crack me up. Keep me cracked up, chat.
So people,
It's amazing.
People in the chat, I'm driving down 96. This is yesterday. This is very recently. I'm driving down 96. I'm coming home at night. And I see a billboard. It's for Solomon Kinloch, and it says, Solomon Kinloch, Detroit deserves better. That's how it's worded. And I thought to myself, read that again out loud. Read that again. Come on. Come on. Why did no one say anything? Like, you're literally saying that. Read it again. I'm in my car by myself going, that doesn't sound, that's the opposite of what you want that to say.
Durhall had a billboard where all the words were jumbled up, I think.
Oh, no.
I know. I understand where it was
Okay.
going from. It was like a little too creative.
Oh, one of those like word clouds or
A little,
something.
like it was just like, yeah.
No,
I like Fred. I do.
yeah, I do too.
I think, and
No.
I think it's important that he's in a. I'm sure he'll be. I have a good feeling that he'll be in a mayoral administration with
think he'll
Sheffield.
be around.
I also think that Sheffield's politically astute enough to like reach out and include the people who want to be included.
It would be smart of her to do, and she's a very smart lady. So
Mia says, like you all mentioned, people vote on names not because of policies or betterment of their quality of life. Okay, I got a thing to say about that.
okay. Oh no.
I am so tired when I prep for these things or I prep for interviews for the show of looking at campaign websites with no policies.
No.
Like nothing.
Pictures
like
and
we are in
smiles.
an era of pictures and smiles and endorsements
Yes.
and know what the hell are you going to do? And that really bugs the hell out of me. And I
Yes.
know that I know that
I know.
I'm one of those nerds, okay? But I would like to know what you're going to do for us. Even if I don't agree with it, you know what? I'll respect you more if you stand on the business.
Yes. Well, it's the TikTok, attention span that people have. They're not going to read text. I think that's what people really think. I don't agree with it, and I personally read a lot. I'm a nerd as well, but as non-nerds, they're like, people aren't going to look at that. Put up have them kiss a baby, have them hold a dog, take a picture. Here you go. Here's the button for $5.
A
You know,
baby
whatever.
and a dog. Why not at the same time?
Yeah, in case they're not into kids or they like animals. Here you go.
Whatever it is. You into
Yeah.
birds? Here's Fezzy. Kiss Fezzy. Here you go. Just kiss a Fezzy. You know? But anyway, it drives me crazy. I really liked the interviews that we had that were really into issues with Mary, with Santillo, with Fred, and other political candidates we've had. And we're going to have others through here where they're willing to step up and talk about these things. And I know like there's other places that are really good at like the grab and gotcha. And there's a role for that. There's an important role for that. But I'm not that nerd. I'm the policy. Like that's just what I'm passionate about talking about. And other people, like it takes a village and it takes an ecosystem and everybody has an important role to play.
I think they can have both too. Websites have multiple pages.
You could have multiple
You
pages.
can have it all on there. You don't have to, have the dogs and the babies and the smiles. And then it's like, want a little bit more in depth? Here's my policies. Like you could have it all. Websites can do all those things, I assure you.
We have the technology.
We do, guys. It's crazy.
We have the technology. We got a few more votes in. Mary's up to 77%. I'm really looking at these council races. Not much change down there. And then I'm going to quickly look because I don't have access to my other chat here because we are keeping an eye on a few Wayne County races and what's happening with all of that. But we don't have new information yet. So we are here. Where on 96 is that billboard? Is in the chat from David Porter. I need a picture. They're not going to take it down tomorrow.
They're not going to take it down tomorrow. I'm trying to think exactly. I wish I could tell you what exit, but I'll just say I was driving from downtown to Grandmont Rosedale to get to Southfield. So driving home from downtown from my piano lesson that I take downtown yesterday. So it's on the if you're heading west, you're going to see it. If you leave from downtown and head west, you're going to see it.
Stina says, if a candidate doesn't answer the LWV, so that's League of Women Voters questionnaire, I ignore them.
Okay. Hey, there's a boundary. I like it.
I like boundaries.
Yeah, I do.
Boundaries are healthy.
Yes. I think it's good. Also, answer the questions. People don't do that. Again, this is where we have to tell people to care. We have to tell people when you're running, you have to fill out a questionnaire. Yes, these are things you have to do. Come on now. Come on.
For sure, for sure. Well, I mean, trying to think about where I want to go next because there's a few different things happening. I know you've got some time, but you know, whatever. I think since we kind of know the mayor's race, let's do like a 5-minute reset. I think Norris will pop in at some point soon, but I don't know where. I got the nah from the producer. He's out there. Norris is out there somewhere.
Out there.
He's out there somewhere.
No,
So,
wait.
was
Land-
it somewhere?
Land Before Time? Or?
Out there. I'm not a singer.
Neither am I.
Mia Poo, if they do not, all right. Oh, chat just popped up a little bit. Like you all mentioned, people vote. Let's see. Message retracted. Oh, okay.
Uh-oh.
I thought.
Just kidding.
I just kidding. I saw you pop up there. All right. Let's take a couple of minutes and do a little reset since we now know who will be the next mayor of the city of Detroit,
Yes.
and we'll be back in just a few minutes. Randy, no. Okay.
Guest of honor, 12 years ago, I said 12 years ago, a woman made history
Hey,
and
everybody.
became the youngest person ever
Let's
to
make
be
sure
elected
audio input.
to the Detroit City Council. She
I have no sound.
uplifting Detroit and improving the quality of life of every single resident. Please let me share this one quick story. Early on in her first year on council, she had to make one of the biggest votes of her career and the biggest in the city's history. I won't share the details of that vote, but after fighting for a better deal, I was so disappointed, not in her, but in the outcome. I really considered resigning at that time. But then one of the most defining moments in my professional life happened. I saw Mary toil and fought over her vote and sob, literally sob uncontrollably. But here's the kicker. Mary wasn't crying because she was concerned about her legacy. She wasn't crying because she was worried about her future as an elected official. She wept because she didn't want to disappoint those who put her in office. And from that day, she never did. That's right. She cared about her people. That's why she wept. And in that moment, being someone who believes in purpose, I knew I was where I was supposed to be. And I was serving under her leadership. You see, I subscribe to a theory, I don't care how much you know, until I know how much you care. And Mary showed me in that moment of vulnerability and humility just how much she cared for this city. Immediately after that vote, and throughout these 12 years, I witnessed a transformation. Right before my eyes, she was morphing into one of the, if not the most confident, fierce, committed, effective member of city council in my lifetime, and I'm quite sure ever. It was obvious, it was intentional, and quite honestly, it was awe-inspiring. She started to make a conscious decision to challenge the status quo, to make a name, not to make a name for herself, but to make a difference in her community. She became a student of city government. And like a sponge, she soaked up every bit of knowledge about every subject, every deal, every initiative, department, and program. Mary, to this day, believe it or not, reads every document at least 3 times and has never been ill prepared for a single council meeting. She has been so dedicated and committed to her craft. As staff, it took us about 7, 8 years, I say, before any one of us beat her into the office. No matter how hard we tried. That's real. Her dedication was rewarded by her colleagues who voted her first as the president pro tempore, and now, more recently, as the city council president. The youngest ever, I might add, making history yet again. She has a legislative record that is second to none. I got some cast technicians in the house. The room will be split on that one. And no member in the history of city council has ever been more committed and more community oriented, more neighborhood focused, more accessible or visible. And as I ponder what to say tonight, I realize that there have been a lot of famous Marys throughout history. And our Mary has something in common with just a few of them. Like Mary with the little lamb, Mary is on a mission to spread hope and joy. Like Mary Poppins, our Mary is supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. And is a magical caretaker for our city. Like Mary J. Blige, our Mary told us all we're gonna be just fine, 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 fine. Ooh, fine, 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 fine. That's right. And like Mary, She told God, shackles off my feet so I can dance. I just want to praise him. I just want to praise him. That's right. Like Mary Magdalene, our Mary is the apostle of apostles and will bear witness to Detroit's resurrection. Like Mary, mother of Jesus, she will serve as Detroit's vessel to our salvation. And like Mary McCall Bethune, our Mary is a champion for equality and knows nothing is possible without faith. To know Mary is to love Mary. The M is made for Mary. Mary was uniquely designed for this moment. The A is for action. Mary is all about that action when it comes to serving Detroiters. The R is for resilience. When Mary decides to do something, you can take it to the bank. It will get done, and it will get done, my team, expeditiously. That's right.
Come on, Brian, talk to us now.
The Y is for yes. Whenever Mary is asked to step up and lead, the answer always has been and always will be yes. So without further ado, Detroit, I'll introduce you to Yvonne and Horace III's daughter, Horace Jr. and her namesake Mary's granddaughter, Horace IV's sister, Wanda Kathy Yvonne's niece, Brian's big cousin and role model, Detroit's homegrown hero, my leader, my friend, my sister from another mister, the chosen one, the purveyor of progress and inclusion, the arbiter of Detroit's future, the one who will go down in the annals of history as Detroit's most consequential woman and mayor. Detroit, get on your feet, make some noise, and put your hands together. If you're ready for leadership, you can feel it up.
It seems like we've got weak signal coming in. And by the way, hi everybody. I know that Norris is here at the, or is there at the event as Mary Sheffield is taking, wow. We Detroit looks like allegedly if Duggan's work was for nothing, it was fun going to well sell my home before. Okay, that's in the chat. Hope you love those water bills, LOL. Okay. I don't know. I've been through a lot of mayors. I've learned not to feel like that because I've seen a lot. I've been here since Coleman, so.
Good evening, Detroit. Detroit, we did it. We did it. Detroit, you showed up, you showed out, you stood strong and raised your voices towards a future that we all can believe in. And when some said that it couldn't be done, when some said that it was not the time, Detroit, you said, together we can. Together we will. And tonight, together we did. Tonight, this victory belongs to all of us. Detroit, you have spoken loud and clear from every corner of this city. That's why.
All right. Well, we're having some technical things here. I'm going to keep this up in the background in case. I mean, I know he will put in there. So, I got a couple comments here. One, there was somebody who said in the chat that they're, I'm going to sell my home before the inevitable fall. And me, I understand your point about they do not put millions into grassroots organizations. Detroit will decline again. Kinloch may have had less political experience, but they seem to know what the people want. I got a thought on that. And it's not about any particular politician. I've been thinking about that in regards to the race in New York and all the stress about that. I remember when Coleman Young was mayor. I remember when Dennis Archer was mayor. I remember, hold on, there's some stuff here. Thanks, Randy. I remember when I've seen a lot of stuff. I saw Kilpatrick. I saw everything that was good and everything that was bad about it. I saw all right, I think we have her back.
Strength and faith. To my 88-year-old grandma. She came out of retirement just to come help me with the campaign. So we thank her for her wisdom and her grace that she has given this campaign. And for my beautiful mother, who is no longer with us, but watches over me and guides my steps daily. And to all of my family that is here today, thank you for grounding me, shaping me, and loving me into this very moment. To the best campaign team on the best and the brightest, you all worked with heart, with grit, and brilliance. And I am deeply grateful for each and every one of you all. To my campaign manager, Chris Scott. Danielle Elamine. Senator Harrell. Sean Sanders. David Bowser. And we had the best field game, I'm just saying. Led by John Clark and Chantel Watkins. And I have to thank Molly Goldberg, who helped lead the finance for this campaign. To our campaign chair, Ricardo Solomon. To Dennis Archer, a special advisor who's always been there for me as well. To Greg and Linda Mathis, who are not here today, but they have been here the entire campaign. Let's give it up for Judge Mathis and his phone. To the women chairs of our Women Coalition, Shar Gooseby and Monica Anthony. Sharon Madison and my brothers, who always keep me lifted. To Barry Brent, Daryl Wood, and Danny Ferrandi. There are so many people that I can thank tonight, but I want you all to know that this would not have happened without each and every one of you all. To the tireless volunteers coalition leaders, union leaders, faith leaders, and every single person who took the time to knock doors, pass out flyers, make phone calls, whispered your prayers of support, and poured your heart into this victory. You carried this campaign forward, and we are forever grateful. This victory belongs to all of us. So over the past 330 days, we built a more than a campaign, we built a movement. A movement that has proven that we are stronger when we all stand together as one Detroit. I've seen it on the east side, the west side, and every block in between. Neighbors that are organizing block by block, our small businesses that are lifting up our communities, and our young people who are demanding a future that they can believe in. This is the spirit of our city, the spirit that carried us here to this moment in Detroit. Let's not forget who we are. We are a city of innovators, of champions, of change makers. We put the world on wheels. We created the Motown sound. We built the nation's first public highway. We powered the arsenal of democracy. And from these Detroit streets came freedom. From the Underground Railroad to the fight for civil rights. This is the home of the labor movement. The birthplace of America's middle class. And nearly 60 years ago, my grandfather, Horace Sheffield Jr., stood on the front lines during the walk to freedom, demanding jobs, dignity, and justice for every Detroiter. And now, almost 6 decades later, his granddaughter stands right here. Ready, equipped, and prepared to continue that fight for all Detroiters. Detroit, this is the great spirit of our city, a spirit that is alive and well tonight, which is why I know that we will rise higher. And so tonight, our city adds another chapter to its great history. Throughout Detroit's 324-year history, 75 mayors have led this city. Not one has been a woman. Tonight, Detroit, we know that changes. And you changed in Detroit. So as I reflect on my journey, it all started with the belief that my parents had in me. They reminded me again and again that no mountain was too high for their daughter to climb. No dream was too big. And I think back to that 8-year-old girl from the west side of Detroit, whose 3rd grade teacher at the time, Mrs. Poppins, she wrote on my evaluation that she saw a gift in her, a gift for leading others. And that little girl's life from that moment on will continue to be shaped by service. And so she dared to dream that she too could make a difference in this city. And tonight, she stands here proud as the first woman ever elected to lead this great city. And now I have the awesome responsibility of ensuring that I will not be the last. I don't take for granted that I stand on the shoulders of so many warrior women who have prayed, who have sacrificed, just for us to be here in this moment. A torch carried from one generation to the next. And so I say to every little girl watching tonight, into every child in this city. Never doubt yourself. You are gifted. You are powerful. You are fearfully and wonderfully made. No mountain is too high for you to climb. No dream is too big for you to realize. And if you believe and truly believe, all things are possible. So tonight, Detroit, we step forward together in this next great chapter. And I've heard you loud and clear. Detroit, throughout this campaign, don't forget about the neighborhoods. And I'm going to tell you that we won't. Together, we will invest in every corner of our city. Rebuilding our neighborhoods, investing in our commercial corridors. Every family will feel supported. Every child will have a path to reach their full potential. And every resident will have access to transit that they can count on. We'll work tirelessly to ensure the safety of our communities, block by block. Focusing on prevention first, strengthening community and police relations, and treating gun violence like the public health crisis that it is. We'll guarantee safe and affordable housing for every Detroiter, increasing access to home repairs, creating opportunities for home ownership, and achieving real property tax reform for residents. We'll champion our small businesses, giving them access to capital and stability to grow and stay in their homes, stay rooted here in Detroit, and we'll make Detroit the best place in America to grow and start a business. We'll be more involved in our educational system, creating coordinated transportation, increasing after-school programs, and providing wraparound services so that every child can succeed. Because we know that when our youth rise, Detroit rises. In this administration, everyone will have a seat at the table. From our block clubs, to our nonprofits, to our faith institutions, to our unions, and the voices of our most vulnerable. Because guess what? This city belongs to all of us. All of us. And it will take all of us working together in unity and in love in order for us to truly rise high. Generations ago, it was right here in Detroit where our grandmothers and grandfathers came to build lives of dignity and pride, to find good paying jobs, buy homes, raise families, and imagine a better tomorrow. They saw Detroit as a destination city, a world-class city. That has always been the promise and the hope of this city. And we will, Detroit, continue to march boldly towards that promise once again. So tonight, we will celebrate this historic and monumental victory. But tomorrow, we know we go to work. Shoulder to shoulder with our city council, with our regional partners, with our civic and business community, with our labor family, and most importantly, with each and every one of you all. Because the work now begins. The work of rebuilding our neighborhoods, creating great jobs, lifting every Detroiter out of poverty, attracting and retaining our young people in this city, and reclaiming Detroit as its rightful place among the world's greatest cities. Together, we made history, Detroit. Together, we will build.
Hey, everybody. So the feed's in and out over there. As we can tell, the mayor-elect, Mary Sheffield, I've been talking with her victory speech over there. We may plug back in depending on when Norris gets connected through. I know that Norris is experiencing some technical stuff out there. So I know he'll want to have to say some things after that whole thing happens. And producer Adam will make sure to give me a heads up. A little reset as we are here. Amanda had to head back back to the west side. And so joining us is none other than the illustrious engineer Randy. How are you?
Howdy.
Howdy. It is good to see you.
Good to be back behind the microphone here at the Daily Detroit studio.
Yes. So we're going to do a little reset on the situation, on some results, not just in the city of Detroit, but in the suburbs as well, and answer some listener questions. But one thing that I wanted to get into, and it kind of got thrown off a little bit because of the live patching and everything. I'll try to make it quick because I'm not sure when Norris is going to be returning back to the chat. But there's a couple of comments that are kind of worried about this election result. And, if I look at the city of Detroit's situation right now with the results unofficially, as we look at them, it is 77% of the vote for Mary Sheffield, which is not even close. But I want to put some things in perspective because some people are worried. So one commenter talking about, it was a fun run, going to sell my home before the inevitable fall. And then, another comment, which I think is very thoughtful. Mia says, if they do not put millions into grassroots organizations, Detroit will decline again. Kinloch may have had less political experience, but he seemed to know what the people want. Well, first off, it's a democracy. The people made a choice. And so that's what they wanted. And I covered the city a long time. And I understand those concerns in the neighborhoods. And I live in an East Side neighborhood myself. I do not live downtown. But I want to say that the politician does not make this city. The spirit of this city is bigger than anyone that is elected to this office. Anyone who's elected in this town is a mere steward of what we all do as people. The comeback of Detroit, in a way, is attached to the mayor, but really isn't. Like, I know that, Mike Duggan takes a lot of credit for it, and there's a lot of things that he did do, and there's going to be a lot that's going to be talked about in the governor's election. But he didn't do it alone, and I don't even know if you can really count it as, yes, he was good at organizing and things like that, but I believe the people of Detroit pulled Detroit up. The people of Detroit who are investing in Detroit, the people who are here every day pulling it up. And I have heard similar concerns. When I started my career, Dennis Archer was mayor. When I was a kid, Coleman Young was mayor. Let me tell you a little story. My grandmother was friends with people who ran something called the Goat Yard. Goat Yard doesn't exist anymore. And the thing is that it was kind of like a resistance group a little bit. There was boating and there was things like that, but like hippies who, kind of counterculture. And one of the things that they did that there are photos of, you can find it online, is, Mayor Young was very controversial at the time. And they did a thing where they took a giant banner and they flew it at the same height as the mayor's office at the Coleman or what is now known the Coleman A. Young building, but City Hall. And the banner said, "Retire Young." And that spirit of Detroit, whether you agreed with Coleman Young or not, was always there. And, Dennis Archer, some people liked him, some people hate. I've heard all of these criticisms through Dennis Archer, through Kwame Kilpatrick, through Ken Cockrell Jr., through Dave Bing, through Duggan. The people of Detroit have persisted. And I put a lot more credit to Detroit's comeback to the people than I do any elected official. I think that they can make a big impact. I think there's lots of things they can get in the way of, right? I think elected officials more often can get in the way of progress more than they can actually drive it. And I know that's maybe a hot take for some folks, but this city is driven by its people. So that's kind of my thought, on things. And if you believe in democracy, and in the chat, someone says, Mia says they elected Trump, then protested him. Yeah, but he didn't win with 77% of the vote, right? Like Donald Trump has never really gotten over his base of 43%. And that's not what we're talking about here in Detroit. And that's what we weren't talking about with Duggan either. Now, there are a lot of disenfranchised people, and there's a lot of nuance to this. But I believe in democracy, and we're going to know, right? Like, if this was a decision that didn't work out, we're going to know. But I think Detroit's comeback is more durable than any elected official because the spirit of Detroit has been there. I remember going to the Harlequin Cafe when I was a kid, in West Village. Was another business, then another business, and it'll be another business in a few years. I kind of look at it in the long game, right? I mean, we made it through a lot of stuff so far, and we're still here. So, and I understand being upset about a loss. These are two people who, care about the city very much, obviously. I had my own thoughts about who was going to win. I had a feeling about that. But, things change. And with the one constant in any city that is moving forward is change. And that's going to be difficult. But I do agree. Grassroots organizations are very important. They're crucial to everything. I think about folks, one of the things that kind of, I remember Donna Givens Davidson. We had Orlando on the show earlier. She's somebody who runs the Eastside Community Network, and we don't agree on everything, that's for sure, but I respect the hell out of her. And we did a primary debate over there at ECN, had a great turnout, had a couple thousand people watching online. And I remember, people like her being involved. That's what I look for, right? Or even and others. I think about my block captain who had a Mary Sheffield sign. I'm just saying that people I know don't feel, and even people who are more neutral. Like I was talking to people earlier today who voted, but they weren't really excited. I just think the city of Detroit's bigger than any elected official, and I play the long game. That's my thought on the thing. Mr. 1213, congrats to Mayor-elect Sheffield. Yep. So let's go through a few different things. I'll give you a little programming note. We're going to hit a little bit of the results. We're going to hit a little bit of suburban results because I know we have suburban listeners as well. And then we're going to do a little tasting, trying out this stuff that was sent to us. It's not sponsored, but we've got some canned cocktails here while we wait for Norris Howard to either reappear on the stream or reappear here where we're going to record an episode for tomorrow's podcast. And I appreciate the passion about everything, and I'm very interested to see what tomorrow brings. So we'll get into some of the results really quick. And thank you behind the scenes to Luciano Marcone, who's pulling some of the stuff for us. Now, this is out for the commissioner of Birmingham, the city of Birmingham, incumbent Andrew Haig, as well as newbies Bill Kolb and Kevin Kozlowski have won those 3 seats. Out in Bloomfield Hills, commissioner, we have Alan Ackerman, Brad Baxter, Alice Buckley, Lauren Fisher, and incumbent Susan McCarthy take the 5 seats. In Clawson, city council person Susan Muffet won against current mayor Paula Millen for that office with 56% of the vote. So Susan Moffett is the new mayor of Clawson. Farmington Hills Mayor Teresa Rich retains the office of mayor with 59% of the vote. And then Hazel Park Mayor Michael Webb stays in office with nearly 67% of the vote. Madison Heights, former chief of police and current lawyer Corey Haynes, best city council person and financial advisor Quinn Wright with 57% of the vote. Out in Novi City Council, incumbents Priya Gurumurthy and Brian Smith and political newbie and trial lawyer Aaron Martinez won the 3 open seats. Out in Pontiac, the mayoral race, City Council President Mike McGinnis, best former council member Kermit Williams with 54% of the vote. We are keeping an eye on things. I understand out in Dearborn, there is a little bit of like a slow upload or some issues having there, also with the Wayne County issues out there. So a quick update across the suburbs with those. Let's take a look at the city really quick. You want to say something, Randy?
Just a quick update on Ferndale Council, too.
Yes, Ferndale
Because I
Council.
know that's of particular interest to some of our listeners, is we do have Mikulski and Sabatini have the 2 seats.
Okay. New incumbents or?
1 incumbent and 1 new.
Okay. So we'll do a quick rundown in the city of Detroit of the numbers that we have right now from the unofficial results from the city of Detroit. Currently, Mary Sheffield sits at 77% of the vote with 68,525 votes cast. Solomon Kinloch a little over 22% of the vote with 19,901, almost 20,000 votes. This was really the question in my mind was going to be, did Kinloch break 20%? And so far, it seems like he had. I expected no higher than 25% for him. That's kind of what's going on here. Janice Winfrey, of course, ran unopposed. Let's look at that at-large council seat as things are really starting to settle out now. We've got Mary Waters in the lead, 36% of the vote, and Komine Young the second with 33% of the vote. So those are two. They've really pulled ahead. Those are two slots there. I think that's one I'm pretty much going to call at this point. James Tate ran unopposed in District 1. Whitfield Callaway, 65% of the vote over there with 49 of 72 precincts reporting. Scott Benson, 69, almost 70% of the vote in District 3 with 51 out of 64 precincts reporting. Letitia Johnson ran unopposed for all intents and purposes. Renata Miller is leading with 53 out of 65 precincts in District 5 with more than 56% of the vote. Out in District 6, Gabriela Santiago Romero, 61% of the vote with 40 out of 46 precincts reporting. And in District 7, Denzel McCampbell is still leading with 51 of 61 precincts. He is still leading, but 57-41 out there at District 7. So that is an interesting one to watch. I thought maybe it'd be a little bit closer, but it seems like Denzel's starting to put a little bit of pad behind him. So, yeah, a lot of stuff to cover. Anything more from people in the back with different races?
Yeah, there's one contested police commissioner seat in Detroit. District 6 is the only one that's got more than one person running for it. It is Lisa Carter with almost 55% of the vote versus Garrett Burton with about 44% of the vote, with 44 out of 46 precincts reporting.
Also, I have word from Pontiac. Their 6 seats for their library board has winners in Angela Allen, Carolee Von Turpin, Yvette Brinker Marion, Rosie Lance Richardson, Carlton Jones, and Dorian J. Simone Burkett. So they are very passionate about their libraries in Pontiac. So, one thing I will mention is that, Mike McGinnis is very passionate out there in Pontiac about his city. So that's definitely an interesting one to watch. But he's somebody who really leans into Pontiac in a big way. So I've just noticed that over the years. So something to mention. So I'm going to do a check with the producers really quick. So can somebody text Norris and see what his next plan is, and then figure out where we are from there. And then I think what we want to do is get into this. Now, Engineer Randy, you are not usually with us for the more serious coverage. In all honesty.
I fill in when I need to.
Right. I appreciate you. You're here. You're a utility player. But your utility is usually involving an ABV.
Yeah, and we've got some ABVs sitting right in front of us.
Yes, we do. So what these are is Grit City canned cocktails. These are the official canned cocktails. These are proud partners of the Detroit Lions. This is not sponsored. This is something that was sent to us. We figured we'd try while we wait to, since they're, we know what we know now, right? Like at this point.
Yeah, I think everything is pretty well solidified at this point. Maybe a few outliers, but most of the big things are known. So let's, I guess, celebrate the winners with a cocktail.
Yes, cheers to the winners and a drink for the losers, right? Because there's going to be some people.
Yeah.
So what we've got here are 4 different flavors. And what we do in this little setup that we do is we actually rank them against each other. So if a brand or somebody sends something, we get all the kinds that they've got. So they've got 4 different ones. We will try each one of the 4 things, and then we will fight over kind of where do they rank in this situation. Any details about these boozes, Randy, while we get started here?
Well, they are made with Grit City spirits, either vodka or bourbon.
Okay.
I am not familiar with Grit City spirits, so this will be my first time trying those. But this is a multi-pack, a variety pack of flavors. So we have Tailgate Tea, Peach Pride Tea, Michigan Mule, and Half and Half. And as we talk about each one of them, we'll give more details about what's in each one.
And I think you should line them up in front of you because you've got cameras. We've got cameras to kind of see how they are. There we go. Or maybe we put them up on the. Yeah, we got to set it up so that we have a camera that kind of here. You know what we'll do here is we will set them up next to Fezzi here. Why don't we take the camera that normally goes to Norris and we'll set it up for the booze. So I will set these up with the box. And what we're going to do here is as we go, we're going to rank these suckers. We're going to let Fezzi guard them. So we've got these here.
Which camera are we putting?
So that's to you, yeah.
So we're not anywhere near on them.
No, he can move the camera. That's a nice thing when you have cameras that can move.
Yeah. Just waiting for that to happen.
There we go. Do a little bit of a zoom in there. All right. So we have 4 flavors and we are going to go through them one by one and kind of get our thoughts as we go here. We have glasses to drink from.
Let's start with the blue can there, Tailgate Tea.
Is that the one near me here? No, that's
one
Peach
more,
Red.
one over.
This
right
one.
there.
All right. So Tailgate Tea. This would be, what are we trying to do here? A tea flavor? Like a twisted tea, maybe?
Brewed vodka and iced tea. Or, vodka and brewed iced tea.
All right. Let's give it a shot.
Little Foley.
Now, we both enjoy canned cocktails from time to time.
For sure.
All right. Well, cheers to Detroit, my friend.
Cheers.
Tea and vodka.
Wow. That
That's tea and vodka.
that doesn't taste like any vodka tea I've
Well, it's the first one, so we can't rank it against
that's
each
some
other.
weird tea. That's like got some like almost like minty or licoricey undertones.
Oh, yes. So this is not sweet. I think that's the biggest thing to mention.
Yeah,
right off
oh
the bat.
yeah. I'm glad it's not sweetened tea. Ooh. That's
right.
quite medicinal. Not a fan of that one, to be honest.
Okay, well, that was the first one.
I was expecting a stronger black tea flavor. And that's I don't know, some sort of herbal something.
All right.
Yeah, let's wash that down and try the next one.
All right, since you picked that one, I'm going to go for the Peach Pride. This is also a tea.
This is Grit City Vodka with iced tea made with natural flavors. I think that's maybe a typo on the can. Let's see what the box says. Should have some more details about the flavor. Here we go. Natural peach flavor. Real brewed iced tea and natural peach flavor. I really hope that peach overpowers that tea because that was not pleasant tea. Oh, smells lovely though. That's a great peach aroma. It tastes like the peach ring candy. Like it doesn't taste like quite like real peaches to me, but not sweet. Like it's got that.
I'm going to rank it better than the other one.
Oh yeah, it's better than the other one, but
So that's how we do this. We do them against each
it's
other.
got some weird. The alcohol is pushing through that though, and got a weird aftertaste.
Well, we're giving you our honest opinions.
Yeah.
This is not sponsored.
And I don't get any of the same tea flavors in the other tea. So I don't know if they use a different tea or if just the peach is completely overpowering the tea. But tea and peach tea, there's no commonality in the tea flavor.
There's nothing like a palate cleanser with a little Zero Mountain Dew as you're up it.
Yeah, I should have done that. I'm just doing water. How about the half and half next? The white can.
All right.
Finish out the vodkas.
Crafted by Bottled.
This is Grit City Vodka with iced tea and lemonade.
Ooh.
And natural flavor. Smells like lemon. Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah,
I think I like this better than the peach, to be honest.
I agree. Moves to the top.
Yeah.
I mean, these are the kind of things that are like pretty, like if you wanted to imbibe this quickly, you could.
Yeah.
I'm not suggesting that you do. Drink
This is-
responsibly.
This is inoffensive.
We've got one more. Do you want to do the honors of the dark? I like this can the most. It's got that like dark
Yeah.
Lions uniform vibe.
So this is the Michigan Mule. It is Grit City bourbon with ginger beer, lime, and natural flavors.
Oh, so it's completely different.
Ooh. And fizzy. Just a subtle hint of ginger on the nose.
I like it.
Until I got my nose on the glass, then all I smelled was bourbon. I get the ginger heat in my throat.
Yep. I mean, if you like a mule,
Yeah.
if you're into mules, are you into mules generally?
I'm not a huge fan of ginger beer.
Okay. See, I am. So
This isn't terrible. I would say this is probably number 2.
oh, see, I'd rank it number 1.
Okay.
Would you accept a number 1 ranking? Because really, let's just take the other ones out, right? So
both the
this, we're gonna the
plain
tailgate.
tea and the peach tea. What is it? Tailgate
So that's
tea?
number 4.
Yeah.
That's number 3.
Yeah.
Right. I think.
Half and half and then ginger beer.
Yeah.
The half and half matches the other ones more because it's tea.
But which one of the two would
one's
you want to
outlier.
drink? If I said these are the two, not comparing them against the
Yeah.
others.
I would probably go for the half and half more than the ginger beer.
Now, is that because you don't like ginger beer?
I also kind of am over fizzy canned cocktails. Like lately, I've been drinking a lot more. When I go for a canned cocktail, I'm going for flat things. So like other brands of vodka iced tea and things like that. So
So when you talk about a fizzy canned cocktail,
yeah.
talk about a brand that people know or brands people would know.
Or even like the seltzers, hard seltzers. It's just fizz is okay, but sometimes you just want something a little easier to sip, like without the harshness of the bubbles and the carbonation. So, I've been drinking like Surfside, I think it's called, cruisers. They're like iced tea, lemonade with vodka. No bubbles, just some vodka and some lemonade, like these should be, but.
So still one of our more downloaded episodes for a long time was our fizz fight where we did that over the pandemic.
Yeah.
It was in my old yard.
Yes, it was.
We did a podcast. This was during the pandemic times. We did an episode that was in my backyard. We were all socially distancing appropriately outside. And we had a fizz fight.
We did. We were tasting all sorts of Michigan-made canned seltzers, hard seltzers.
And the winner was
Ooh, what was the winner?
I think it was Outside.
I think Outside.
far and away, actually.
Yeah. Number 2 was Lake Life.
Yeah.
And number 3 was Atwater. And Atwater doesn't even make theirs anymore.
No, they
They
don't.
stopped shortly after Fizz Fight, actually, I think. And then, White Claw was the baseline at the time. But
Man, that was a vibe back then.
that was a vibe. I still grab a White Claw now and then when there's nothing more interesting at the bar.
Somewhere there's a picture.
But
The night that you used all the White Claws as a
Yeah.
staff, like Gandalf.
yeah, that was one of the, what was that? That was a Magnum party at Whiskey in the Jar.
Oh, yeah. When they were still doing it there. They moved
Yeah.
that to EPC,
Yes.
Eastern Palace Club in Hazel Park.
But like I said, lately I've been I haven't had seltzer regularly in a while. I do drink Long Drink. Long Drink is still good.
Long Drink is very good.
But like
If
I
you
said,
like that sort of
I've been doing like Arizona hard tea or which is malt, so it's not as good as like I think it's Surfside hard tea, which is just vodka and iced tea. And you can just mix it yourself too. Put a little Stoli in your glass, top it off with some brewed iced tea, and you're good to go.
Nice.
So Back to the rankings, I would say I would still drink the half and half more regularly than the mule.
All right. I will accept the half and half with an asterisk.
Okay.
That if you like ginger beer, you're going to like the mule more.
I'll go with that.
Right? If you're in for a mule. But yeah, as far as the other ones go, I think the half and half would be my choice with these grit cities.
Yeah.
These are available a ton of different places. People really like canned cocktails. We thought we'd try them. They're Lions themed. That's a hot thing right now.
Yeah, this was an 8-pack, 12-ounce cans, and they are 5% ABV. Get 2 of each flavor in the 8-pack.
All right. All right. Well, you can check them out online, all the places. We have more results. We're going to get into that in a second here before we take a little break, as we know that Norris Howard is on his way back from MGM Grand Casino, and we will record our episode 4 of the show. Also, some more updates in various places. Mount Clemens Mayor Laura Kropp won re-election. Rochester City Council's 4 seats go to Jessica Clauser, Mayor Nancy Salvia, incumbent Sarah King, and incumbent Christian Hauser. In Royal Oak, incumbent Mayor Michael Fournier beat Trish Oliver with 58, almost 59% of the vote. Michael Fournier is quite the political force out there, as Royal Oak has been kind of an ascendant place as of late. And the Royal Oak Commission, 3 seats go to incumbents Brandon Colo, Woody Gantina, and Paul Bastian. Southfield and Troy are not all in yet. Wixom mayoral incumbent Patrick Beagle wins unopposed. So, yeah, I gotta laugh. If you're going through life with your name as Patrick Beagle,
Yeah,
one must have a beagle, I feel like, unless you're allergic to dogs.
probably. It's interesting that Southfield has so many numbers in with 0 precincts reporting.
You know, some of these things. Remember Garland Gilchrist ran for city clerk in Detroit? That was a thing. But ended up lieutenant governor, so I guess it panned out for him. That loss panned out to be quite the win for him. All right. Well, so here is the deal. Norris Howard is on his way back from MGM. We are going to take a little bit of a break and then do a reset, set up our show that we're going to record that's going to post in the morning to our main audience on our podcast, clean up the cocktails. We'll maybe leave them around for Norris if he wants to try something.
You might want to drink.
He might want to drink. Before I do that, Randy, how are you feeling about all this stuff? You're a city resident who you've always been in the city, like as far as like doing stuff and about, but you're a rather newish city resident. You moved here during the pandemic, right?
Yeah, so this is I've lived in the city for a little over 3 years now. Some of the candidates I vote for won, some of them didn't. So overall, going pretty well.
You don't really do you feel any sort of like ennui?
No, I think the city's just chugging along, doing the right things. A little slower than I like sometimes, but still moving forward.
What's the thing that bugs you the most? Because you're not a real Detroiter until you have something that really is in your damn craw.
Oh boy. What bugs me? It's just small quality of life things, and I know it's a good sign for the city when small things like that are things you have to complain about, but like the parking spaces in front of for the street parking, the zone in front of my building, there are no street lines, so sometimes there's room for 2 cars, sometimes there's room for 4 cars, and if we just I put in a ticket for it, reported it a couple months ago to see if they would do something about it, but I don't think there's ever been lines there since that zone went in, the street got really beat up and those lines went away, but I'd like to be able to park in front of my building a little more often than not. So if we had 4 clearly delineated spaces, we could always fit 4 cars there.
Sir, have you heard of the term tactical urbanism?
Oh yeah. And I've never had to park more than a block away from my building, so it's not a serious complaint, but like I said, small complaints mean there's not much big stuff to complain about.
Man, there was a time. There were a lot more complaints. But I really appreciate the perspective. All right, we're going to take a little bit of a break. Norris is on his way back from MGM Grand Casino. We will do a reset. We will record the podcast for tomorrow. We'll get some of the big things together, do a little bit of show prep, and then we will be back. If you've got questions in the chat, Let me know if you are around. I understand it is very late on a school night, but we will leave the cameras going because why not? And we will talk to you very soon. Hello, everybody. We're back.
I made it, y'all.
We found you. We thought maybe you actually took a trip to Chicago and back. What the hell?
I was not. I was stuck at MGM because the official like MGM people had to walk me back out to my car.
Oh,
Not because anything bad, but
you didn't
because-
get slapped by any aunties?
No. The aunties. Listen, if you are a proper auntie, you know you're an auntie and you take pride in it. So I don't even know why y'all was trying to give me the biz about the aunties. They knew who I was
The
talking
chat
about.
was giving you the biz about the aunties.
I don't care.
And then Orlando was like, I'm just not gonna.
It's because, listen, chat, you know if you an auntie, embrace it. I'm approaching Unc. Look at this shirt. This is an Unc shirt.
You're proto-unk.
I'm proto Unc. I know it. Like, I embrace it. I embrace it. Do you know I almost bought some woven sandals yesterday? I came this close. I was like, bro, it's happening. I am the progressive commercial. I am becoming my dad.
I need pictures of your dad.
I'll show you. He had a whole white linen outfit with some orange woven sandals and a Techno Marine watch with an orange band, and he had a hat with an orange band around the hat. I was like, bro, how do you find that much orange?
You know, I will never forget one of the first times I met you. You were wearing a bright orange jacket. It was
still have
very,
it.
very nice.
Yeah, I still had
But
that jacket.
it's a through line there. By the way, I want to say that both Linen and Seersucker, as a big man, clutch materials.
They are clutch. He's not even big. He's my size. He's my size, except for more beer gut and way more beard. And less like
Is he like Gandalf Howard?
No, he has all his head hair, and he just has a thicker beard and a beer gut. That's it. That's my dad. Picture that.
That's an image. All right, so here's what we're doing. It is late here. I want to say thank you to everybody who has helped us out. Orlando Bailey, absolutely amazing, sharing some great history that we need to make sure that we capture and save about both the candidates and their families and where they came up through in the Black
yeah.
Liberation Movement. Absolutely wonderful. Follow Orlando's work. He will be on the air at the 7 o'clock a.m. hour at WDIV. So that's why one of the reasons why he had to cut out of here.
I missed that part. Was he talking about Shrine of Black Madonna and all that?
Yeah, it was really good. Go
he was
back
talking
and
about the
you can
shrine.
go back in the stream.
Yeah, I'm
pick
gonna check
up.
it out. I'm gonna check it out because I am one person removed from the shrine. Like they are so deeply entrenched in not just Black liberation movements in the city, but just the political history and the tapestry of the city that I think a lot of people haven't really explored it in that way. So I'm glad he took the time to talk about
He
that.
did. Amanda Brewington was by, which, by the way, we need to have her on more of the regular shows. She did a wonderful job adding a ton of like answering people's questions, talking about small business, which will be one of the things I think we're going to talk about in the main show that we're about to record real quick. I mean, it's not going to be the quickest show because there was a lot to talk about, but I think it's something we're gonna do because this is a big night. So I want to thank Amanda very much. I also want to thank Randy Walker for bringing in the Grit City Spirits, which were spirits.
The whole squad always comes through on our special nights.
And I want to do more of these.
should
Luciano
do more of
Marcone
these.
behind the scenes, Adam.
Big Lucci.
Big Lucci. So give me ideas on what kind of live stuff you want to do. And because this is fun to have something like this, to bring people together, to talk about what's happening in the city. And we need more reasons other than elections because they only happen so often.
Yeah, man, and maybe we should just do like just a unhinged late night stream where we're just the only people in the building and we just hang out.
I'm not opposed.
We should do it. Why not?
Did you see Big Sean?
Yes, I did.
Is he still big and still Sean?
He is still Schmedium Sean. He's the same guy. You know what? Sean and I are contemporaries. He's a year younger than me, but he also suffers from the same thing, which is if he doesn't dress a certain way and grow out his facial hair, he will still look 24. So,
But that can be a gift.
it can be a gift and a curse at the same time because also, like, you go out and people think your date is like, your aunt or your older sister. That's happened to me before. So that can be a lot. But yeah, saw Big Sean, saw Ice Wear Vezo. We're gonna talk in detail about my experiences at the parties and at the campaign HQs. Listen, man. Before we get on the main show, I'm gonna just say this just for the live stream. The amount of people just sheer difference in the amount of people.
It was stunning. Like
At
even
Mary
from the
Sheffield,
even
oh
seeing,
my
even seeing the
God.
videos from here.
Oh,
it
and that was
stunning.
just-
And
and
I
that
don't
was
mean this
just-
as an attack.
And that was just the one, like, the view you guys got was just the width of the press platform. You know, you see all the cameras and stuff. It was just the width of that. There was still 2 other wings and a VIP table, seated table area in front of that. Plus, there was another, like, at least 200 to 300 people behind us at the bars still getting drinks.
Wow.
It was a lot of people.
Did it feel like hype energy, or do you feel like people are like movement and lined up?
It was good energy.
Okay.
I mean, I think because of the alcohol, people started meandering kind of a little bit towards the end of her speech, which is, I think, to be expected. But the energy in the room was overwhelmingly positive. Whereas I feel like at Kinlock's, it wasn't negative, but it just kind of felt like, you know, more of like a family reunion, and it kind of doesn't matter what happened at the end of the night. Like, we'll be all right. That's kind of how it felt.
I mean, when you look at these numbers, I'm trying to think. These are
writing-
numbers.
The writing was on the wall, dog. Like, when the first dump of votes came in and showed that she was what, like, it was like 63 to 4 or something like that, like 63%, 4% that had came, something crazy. And I'm like, oh no.
My question was Kinlock going to cross 25? And he did not.
He did not.
Which
And you
is-
said that. I remember you saying that. You said, is he going to cross 25%? And he didn't.
And people were mad at me.
No, there's nothing to be, but that's just a guess. That's just it's a question to the universe.
Yeah.
That's not an indictment. It's a question to the universe based off the evidence you had available.
It's you know, to me, what's funny is that, like, if Solomon Kinlock had ran for like any council seat, he would have won.
Oh yeah, except for maybe
Yeah, but I mean, if he
a
picked
couple.
one,
If he'd have picked, actually, if he'd have picked any other one besides maybe 4, 5, and 6, I don't think he could have won 4, 5, and 6.
but the others,
The others,
no, 5. Actually, no, 5. He could have won.
yeah, he could have won 5.
He could have won 5.
5, yeah, 4 and 5, or 4 and 6, no. But yeah, I think he could have won those. But I just think, dude, he just, every now and then there you come up against an opponent, or you have a person who has just been set up in such a way that yeah, it's gonna be hard for any person to beat them.
Shout out to Josh Uniewski. Got to hang it up for the night. COVID vax is trying to kick my head in. It's been too long in coming, but in honor of 1800, I finally joined the Patreon. Whoa, whoa.
Let's go. And also hand clap for getting vaxxed. The old Fauci ouchie. Respect.
That is amazing. Thank you so much, Josh. I really appreciate it. We will get your
We
stuff
love
out there.
people that love science. Also, by the way, stickers.
Josh is getting them, and if you would like them, join us, patreon.com/Daily Detroit. Josh is also getting one of these.
I don't even have one of those,
You have a sticker with your moniker on it.
but I want a glass. I don't want that glass.
There's a box of them over there.
That glass has been on the table for 8 months.
It's true. It's true. It's the display glass. Josh, you're amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you for hanging with us so long. I know it's real late out there.
But you know what? Respect. Y'all wasn't doing nothing. Y'all was up watching election results like the rest of us. So you might as well just hang out with us, because this is way more fun.
We're going to try to have fun.
We always have fun. And we're gonna record a show too, just cause.
By the way, I was doing the most Midwestern of things.
Oh, you put ranch on your pizza?
This is what happens after 10.
That's so gross, bro.
By the way, shout out to Sicily's, although we paid for it.
But shout out anyway.
It's good.
Yeah.
Sicily's, it used to be, it's improved over the years.
Really?
Yeah.
You think so? I think it's kind of always
the sourdough.
That's what it is. Maybe I haven't had it in a long time, but it was good when I had some.
Oh yeah.
It was very good. Yeah, I was. You know what? I was anticipating that maybe a slice or two would be left, but then I had to remind myself I don't like cold pizza.
I love cold pizza.
I don't, bro. I don't like cold pizza. I know so many people of all walks of life that love cold pizza. I think that is hellish.
You probably don't understand my stream of Gordon Lightfoot, Edmund Fitzgerald memes on the Instagram either, do you?
No, it's not for me.
I figured not.
It's not for me. There's a
The story came from the Chippewa on down.
There is a segment of the Daily Detroit listenership that totally vibes with that, and you know what? I'm happy y'all happy. I'm happy y'all happy, man.
I feel like I want to like send you out on a freighter for a week.
No, thank you. No, thank you.
That would be hilarious.
Not, you know what? Because listen, let me tell you, boats don't frighten me. Boats do nothing to me. That doesn't bother me. It was the obsession with people dying on the boat that
is because Lake Superior is bigger than all the other Great Lakes, has more water
combined.
than all the other Great
Yes.
Lakes combined. It's because when the winds of November turn early,
but Jared,
it's dangerous out there.
it is.
They are still underwater.
Oh, listen, and it's so cold. I would not be shocked if those bodies were still preserved.
They still are.
Yeah.
It's a horror story too, and you don't like horror.
It's not that I don't like horror. I don't understand what it's like murder mystery podcasts to me. Like the obsession with murder mystery podcasts. It's like that there's something wrong with you, but you just don't want to say it. So what you've done is you've convinced the country that that's a normal thing to do.
The friendship of myself and Norris Howard are proof that people can disagree and still get along.
Yeah, we can still get along, but murder mystery podcast is proof to me that you have a morbid obsession with death, and specifically the death of people close to you, or at least, tangentially.
All right, let's get into it.
Let's get this show on the road. It's late.
Thank you to those who are watching. Very honored.
We love you.
We are not recording, and we're actually going to be able to record this intro with 4 minutes to go till the actual day. And in 3, 2, 1. Hello and welcome to your Daily Detroit. It is Wednesday, November 5th, 2025. I am Jer Stays, coming to you from our studio at Tech Town. Joining me on a monumental night in Detroit is none other than the Prince of Brightmoor himself, Norris Howard. How are you, and how are your shoes from running around town?
I actually wore my most comfortable pair of shoes specifically. Well, my most comfortable pair of stylish shoes. I have more comfortable shoes. But the point is that we were all over town representing Daily Detroit. We went to the polls. We went to the Kinlock campaign. We went to the Sheffield campaign, and we talked to Detroiters about the future of the city, and what they said the future was Mary, Mary, Mary. That's what they said. Landslide victory for Mary Sheffield. There's no other way to put it. It was a complete dominant performance in the primary, and in the general, it was back to back.
The question in my mind was going to be if Solomon Kinlock would cross 25%. He did not. As we are recording this, Mary Sheffield has 76.79% of the vote to Kinlock's 22.69% of the vote. A clear mandate.
Clear mandate.
From the voters of the city of Detroit, however you feel about it.
No, a clear mandate. And listen, this is about 20% or 21% of the registered voting public. So, of course, better showing than the primary, but still not ideal. But I will say this, is that when 76, that is 3/4 of the city or the electorate come out and say, you're the person, that is a big deal. And you gotta deliver now. Like, you gotta deliver. You gotta be a force for positive change. You gotta be a force to make people feel like they're seeing some investment into their neighborhoods, to feel like crime is continuing to decline, to feel like jobs and businesses are coming back to the city. You got to deliver on all that, because when 3/4 of the city votes for you, that means everybody watching, not just your detractors. Your detractors aren't big enough, right? Like, it's not enough for them. Now the people that voted for you are watching you, because that is essentially everyone. And, I think this is a good time to celebrate for Mary Sheffield, but I think also it's a precarious. This first 100 days, first 90 days for her is going to be really interesting and really precarious because with that many people, it's going to be easy to backslide.
The mandate comes with a lot of responsibility, and I think she knows this.
Oh
right?
yeah, I mean,
Like,
10
we're
10
not
years in
trying to
city
do
council.
this. Yeah.
Yeah, 10 years in city council, she knows that. But I think to anticipate that the victory would be of this magnitude, I think is difficult to conceive of.
Now, they're all of different kinds of stripes of politician, especially on the Democratic side. But I do see a through line between what's happened in New York, because Zoran Mamdani has won,
Yeah.
and Mary Sheffield. And I don't think it's about policy, but it's about generational change. And I think this is a sign that at least parts of our country are ready for generational change. And there's a lot of people who are very tired with a geriatric, oligarchy.
A geriatric legislature, a oligarchy or plutocracy, if you will. Listen, I'll say this. I think, number one, if you are a progressive or at least a Democrat, I'm not even going to go that far to say progressive. If you're a Democrat, you're very happy after the results of the election nationwide. It was a clean slate. The blue wave that people said was going to be coming a couple years ago, it looks like this might be the actual one, right? New York, Detroit, Virginia, New Jersey, all over municipal elections and gubernatorial elections, Democrats won out. And I think part of what's happening, obviously, I think there's a rejection of what's happening in D.C., but I think also a lot of these candidates are millennials, and specifically millennials who are 40, like in their early 40s and younger. That is crazy. Like the concept of somebody running for the mayoralship of New York and Detroit is wild. Both of those cities will now have mayors under 40. Like, let's just think about that. That is so rare in American politics, where you talk about the biggest city in Michigan, the biggest city in the country, now being run by people who are not even 40 yet. I think is an incredible sign for the future of what people want out of their politics.
And on the local level, it is notable. I think it's important to mention Mary being the first female mayor of the city of
It's
Detroit.
one of the most important things. We literally have lived through a historic night. I know it feels like too much history is being made, but every now and then we do make history that is important enough for us to celebrate. And this is one of them. It is a thing I never thought I would live to see, to be honest. Like, I never thought I would live to see a woman run the city of Detroit. Just like when I was younger, I never thought I'd live to see a black president, but I did. And now that ceiling has been broken. There is no limiter on that now. And, Mary Sheffield said that in her victory speech last night, in which she said that, I will be the first woman and female mayor of Detroit, and I will not be the last. And I think that's how she and many others should approach it.
I want to ask you, since you were at both of those places, what about the energy, especially with Sheffield's victory party and the coalition that it feels like she brought together?
Yeah, it's really interesting. So, I'll start with the Kinloch party, because the Kinloch party, as I said on our live stream last night, that I felt, it felt more like a family event, a family reunion. It was at the Garden Theater, which is a much smaller venue, very intimate. Maybe a couple hundred people were there at max, to be honest. But I was there a little bit earlier in the evening, so I anticipate, or I assume that more people were there later. But it just felt more intimate, more close. People knew each other very well, and it just felt like there was a no matter what the results are, we're fine. That was the energy. Whereas I thought I was at the club at Mary's party. Like, it was rocking. Like, the music was slapping, and it was people from, when I say it was people from all walks of life, what I mean by that is it was interracial, it was intergenerational. there was significantly more representation from the LGBTQ community and way more young people, and specifically young women. And that is a thing that I think we have consistently lacked vision on when it comes to not just polling, but just looking at the entire sort of rubric of Michigan politics and specifically Detroit politics. Is we tend to break it into young, old all the time. I'm telling you, Mary Sheffield has the young woman vote. She has the young black woman vote.
Backbone of the Democratic Party in a lot of
There
ways.
you go. There you go. And that's what I'm saying. So when you have this black woman who has now become the first mayor or the first female mayor of the city of Detroit on the backs of black women carrying her to that result, I mean, that's powerful stuff, man. And the energy, that energy reverberated throughout the room.
Yeah, it's interesting to see this in light of a profile that dropped on the New York Times about outgoing Mayor Mike Duggan, his race for governor. And it got me thinking, because, there was some feedback on our live stream and, throughout the day around this campaign and people who were upset about the outcome.
Well, of course, there's got to be.
That 25%.
Yeah.
And I kind of have some thoughts around that I've been kind of formulating. And it's about my own personal experience a little bit, but also about what I know about this city, because like I started out my career and Dennis Archer was mayor. I made it through Kwame Kilpatrick, Ken Cockrell Jr., Dave Bing, and Duggan, right? I've seen a lot, all right? And I was in town for Coleman. I just wasn't very aware of it.
Yeah.
The spirit of Detroit is what powers Detroit's comeback, not the politicians. And I would say that about Duggan, and I would say that about anyone else. The thing that the politicians can do is they can either enhance and enable that spirit and that energy of the people, or they can get in the way of it. And when I think about those people that I just named, that is the thing that I think about what they did or did not do, right? And I know that people want to give... We have a big, almost like monarch complex in this country right now.
No, we do.
That the executive gets all of the credit. And look, there are definitely things to give credit for where it's due. But I really, I got messages where it's like, oh, things are going to go to hell and all this other stuff. I heard those year after year after year after year through, and Detroit's still here.
And it will be.
And the people who love Detroit and are going to build Detroit up are going to do it regardless. The question is going to be, will the person in the office enable and enhance the spirit of Detroit, or will they get in the way of it? And so this mandate is that clear responsibility now to Mary Sheffield to take things to that next level and imbue the spirit, the people of Detroit, be imbued with the spirit of Detroit, and really launch this thing up with our power, not the politicians' power. I am so tired of this conversation that it's all about what the politicians do. It's our democracy. We own the power.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I think that's a really valid point, and I think that's a really poignant thing to reiterate, because also at the same time, most of us who are probably interfacing with something like a podcast and live in the city of Detroit, I mean, before Duggan, you had a mayor who went to jail, and then you had two other mayors that basically were hamstrung by emergency management at the time. In what world could that have been a hotbed of progress? It never was going to be. So sometimes we got to look at the context and the premises in which some of these mayors existed. And I look at where Detroit is now. We are living in a city that I never thought that I would witness. Is it perfect? No. Is it anywhere near where I think it should be? No. But at the same time, there are aspects of the city of Detroit that exist today that I don't think 12 years ago or 14 or 20 years ago I would have really have conceived of. And that's a good thing. There should be unexpected development. There should be things that are here that you didn't think of because that means there's new energy, there's new ideas flowing into the city. And I think this is a really important time. And I think specifically for Mary Sheffield, she has the opportunity to go down in the history books as a mayor that has led Detroit into an era that we have not seen in 50 to 60, maybe even 70 years. Because when you look at the sort of perfect storm of investment, excitement, national narrative, in addition to, it seems like, because of what's happening with the federal government, a re-emphasis on state and local power, it's a very interesting time to be a mayor of a big city. It is an incredibly interesting time to be a mayor of a big city. And so there are going to be challenges, some financial, some, about the crime, some might even come from the White House itself. Who knows? But the point is that I completely agree with you, Jer, is that we got to get out of this mindset that the executive is the end-all, be-all of politics at any level, and to remember that the thing that makes Detroit special is its people. And I hear it constantly from people who are not from here. When people come here, they don't talk about how cool the mayor is. They don't talk about, oh, wow, this guy's done a great job. I never hear that from out-of-towners. I hear about the people. I hear about, oh, my God, the people are so nice. They're so wonderful. Oh, my God. My Uber driver sat around and told me about their whole neighborhood and then took me to their favorite restaurant in their neighborhood. That's what you hear about Detroit. And that's what makes this place a special place.
Let's run down the contested races real quick, get some of your reactions. We'll talk about it. First off, City Council at large. We have clear winners here. Mary Waters in the top spot with 36% of the vote, and she has a long political history. And then Coleman A. Young, the second, 33.7% of the vote. Tailing up behind would be Janae Ayers at just over 19, and James Harris just over 10. So two long-time names.
Big names, hard to beat.
In that at-large seat. And yeah, hard to beat.
Hard to beat the big names, man. Coleman Young already on city council, been there for a minute, and listen, man, it's hard. It's hard to beat a woman that's been in politics for, how long has she been in politics now?
And she knows everybody.
75 years, 80 years. Like, it feels like it.
And she knows everybody, and everybody knows her.
Yeah. Yeah. So, it's hard to beat those big names. Not shocked by that result.
Angela Whitfield Calloway has defeated Roy McAllister Jr. with 65% of the vote in Detroit's District 2.
Yeah, that was one that I felt could kind of go either way. It wasn't necessarily a super close race, but Whitfield Calloway has secured that seat. And, I think ran a halfway decent campaign. I saw a lot of stuff from her, but, McAllister, another name that you've seen in city politics a few times if you lived here for a little bit. And so shocking to see that he didn't pull it away, but not something that was beyond conception.
See, for me, I'm not shocked because there's been a lot of kind of energy coalescing around Calloway.
Yeah.
In recent times. Let's go to Scott Benson, who easily walked away with 69% of the vote in District 3 over Kristana Anderson. I mean, it's Scott Benson.
Yeah.
It wasn't
One happening.
Yeah. Renata Miller won in District 5 over Willie Burton with 56% of the vote.
Yeah, this was going to be one of the tightest races in the city. This district was going to be vacated by the now mayor of the city, and
who ran unopposed
in
those seats,
in District
right?
5. Yeah. So it's interesting to see that there was a toss up here. There was some controversy around both candidates during the election, but you know what? The people have said, "Hey, something that happened 20 years ago, we forgive you. We'll vote for you."
One thing that I hope is discussed a bit. This is a personal thing for me. I understand that Renata Miller is somebody who is vehemently for only single family housing.
Yeah.
in the district. And as a resident of that district,
Yeah.
I know it's a very niche issue that nobody's going to vote on, but I really hope that that stance is moderated a bit because, listen, single family homes are great. And I think we should encourage them always where they make sense. But if we're going to have Detroit be a competitive place where people want to live, you got to give them different types of housing and also housing they can afford. And that involves different layouts. And I'm not even talking about giant apartment buildings. I'm talking about duplexes and things that already exist there.
And you know what? I hope, when she gets to city council that it is something that she reconsiders. Listen, I get it. If you're talking about preserving the historic homes of Indian Village, fine. Keep the single family homes. But ultimately, there has to be a reconsideration. There has to be a reurbanization, particularly in District 5, because it touches so many other places that have created that type of development, and you see how many people are moving into those areas. And so hopefully that's something that's reconsidered for her.
Yeah, and even building back what was there, thinking about, Grand Boulevard and other places, and thinking about the fact, and this was the tension I sometimes found in the North End as well, is that the houses that were there were built during a different time, and trying to rebuild that means that's $1 million house now.
Oh, yeah, because that's back when
mean?
you had 14 kids.
Yeah. So we have to think about those things. I just hope there's a little bit of like modernization around that thought for me.
I think so, because I think also as we begin to talk more about citywide development and the incentives that particularly will come along with that development, it's not going to be for single family homes. It's just not going to be.
Especially when the average cost of building a single family home approaches $500,000. And that's according to Detroit Future City data.
That's right.
All right, Gabriela Santiago Romero in District 6 easily beat Tyrone Carter with 62% of the vote. She has been a lot more visible and vocal, especially around that Detroit City FC Stadium project.
Absolutely. We got. I got a chance to meet with her and chat with her just off the record. Very lovely person, and it was a race that I thought actually would be slightly closer than it was, but hey, she has walked away with that seat, and right now she's one of the type of people, sort of like James Tate, where it just feels like, bro, they don't stay there forever. they gonna stay there forever. That's their seat.
We're just gonna lock James Tate and what is it in Star Wars, the Carbonite or whatever?
Yeah, we're just gonna put him in Carbonite up there at Crowell Recreation Center up there on 6 Mile and Lasher.
Now, this last one I really want to get your thoughts on, and 61 precincts have reported. In Detroit's District 7, Denzel Anton McCampbell has defeated Karen Whitsett by 18 points, 58% of the vote to 40% of the vote. A solid win for McCampbell, and an interesting representation when it comes to politics in general.
Yeah, oh, definitely. And, there was a stark difference in the politics between these two candidates. Whitsett sort of... I don't even really want to call her like a moderate anymore. Like the stances that she took while she was in the state house. I mean, she was really buddy with Speaker of the House Matt Hall during her tenure there. It was very strange.
She did a lot towards derailing the Democratic agenda.
Yeah, I mean,
be honest,
to the point of literally not showing up for votes and stuff like that. So it was a very strange tenure in the state house for Karen Whitsett, and so she was not going to continue at the state level, wanted to bust down and come get a seat in city council, and ran up against Denzel McCampbell, who was unabashedly a progressive member, I believe a member of the Democratic Socialists of America, and was very vocal about that, and has walked away with 18% of the vote. And, I think...
18% win.
Yeah, 18% win, excuse me. And to your point, also vocal Democratic Socialist Zoran Mamdani, now mayor of New York, there seems to be a flow, or at least a undercurrent, of this millennial, more progressive, socialist style voice. And I know that's a scary word to a lot of people, but it's an energy in the country that exists, and not acknowledging that it exists and not acknowledging that it has validity, I will say ignore it at your own peril, because there are people who are making moves and they're winning seats and they're pushing through their agendas, and a lot of people want it.
You know, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. And for a lot of people, especially a lot of people, I would say 45 and under, I'm spitballing here.
Oh yeah,
This system is not working for them.
never has.
And it's
I'll
something
say
where,
that as a under 45.
where there's this feeling that we're not doing as well as our parents did.
Statistically, that's true.
And so that is very frustrating, and that is going to foment people wanting to roll the dice on something different and have a different way of looking at things, because why defend a status quo where your SNAP benefits can just go away? Why defend a status quo where if you get a severe illness, you're going bankrupt? Why defend a status quo? You know, in a lot of ways, I don't think this is always about like, oh, you know, don't own a business or that kind of stuff. I think it's much more about the fact that people are frustrated that they were promised something about what the American dream is, then put in the work, did a bunch of stuff, and then found out, whoops.
Well, people just want a chance, man. And I think when you have seen a system that has seen incredible transfers of wealth upwards, that's just a fact. I'm not getting into teams.
Well, you know,
y'all.
we think about Detroit in the auto magnate years,
yeah,
right?
Yeah.
You know, the Elon Musk, as far as wealth of that age, was Henry Ford.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. It was like Henry Ford, and that was like, there was not the class that we did in dollars adjusted. That whole class that we have today didn't exist.
Well, but not even just that. The difference between Henry Ford and the lowest guy on the totem pole was a difference of something like 60x. Now we're talking about CEOs making 250x their lowest
average worker.
of their average worker. You know what I mean? Like we're getting to exorbitant, absurd amounts of stratification of wealth. And people are not dumb. They see it. They see it happening. And so when you have and I'm not caping, I'm trying to explain this to the listenership, is that when you feel like that's happening, the system in your mind is not working. So when you have somebody that says, we want Medicare for everybody, we want people to be able to go and get a job when they want one, if they're able-bodied to be able to get that job, we want people to have, we don't want these crazy stratifications of wealth. How does that not make sense to the voter? You know, I think it's a thing that people should just pay attention to and go, that actually just makes sense. I get how you got there. Like if we just sit back and just think, I get how you got there. I mean, I think one of the things for me that really stood out when it comes to this wave of progressivism that we're starting to see is during the New York mayoral debate, they all say how much they pay in rent or mortgage, right? And Andrew Cuomo says something like he pays like $7,000 a month or something like that, right? And Zoran Mamdani says, I live in an apartment where I pay $2,600. Andrew Cuomo then says, oh, he lives in that apartment. That's supposed to be an apartment for a poor person. Bro, in this man's mind, $2,600 for an apartment is where poor people live.
And I'll mention, as I look at the results, Zoran Mamdani won with more than 50% of the vote.
You wonder why.
Which I think sends a really strong message about where people are at. And I know New York is not Detroit. I know that they're different places, but I do see that through line as far as younger people. I see the through line in individual candidates. And I know that this is a city that a lot of our voters are older and things like that. But, you know, even the type of comeback that we've had so far in Detroit hasn't worked for everybody. So they want to see changes in that too, right?
They sure do.
When I talk to a lot of people who actually even like what Duggan did, and a lot of people do, but I still want it to be better. I still want to hit these things.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Like they know that the street lights are on and things like that, and that's progress, right? And I'm not taking that away. But I think there is that overall understanding that there's still a lot more work to do.
Because people just want a shot. They want a chance. People want to be able to work and live and thrive in their own neighborhoods. They do. If you would have told a Detroiter, hey, man, do you really want to have to drive to Northville to go to work every day? I guarantee you they say absolutely not. I'd rather work in the city I live in. It's simple as that.
But 2/3 of Detroiters,
Don't work in the city.
yeah. And that's one of the things that makes things like transit and stuff hard.
Yeah. It just is. It's a simple fact. And so I feel like when we're having these conversations and people are going, oh my God, why are all these socialists gaining traction nationwide? It's like, take the label away from it for a second and like just listen to what these people are saying, and you'll at least understand why it resonates. I don't necessarily agree with what a lot of people say on a lot of sides, but I can at least understand how you got there. That's all. That's all.
And understanding how people got there and being heard is what people want the most.
That's it. That's it. And that's what you're seeing from people like Mary Sheffield and from people like Zohran Mamdani, and why they have been able to run away with their elections.
All right. I'd love to hear your thoughts. dailydetroit@gmail.com or leave a voicemail 313-789-3211. Also, we've had such a great response for our brand new stickers on our sticker tier, patreon.com/dailydetroit. Force me to have to go to the post office again and put another giant stack of envelopes. I mean, look, it's absolutely great. It's the independent support that keeps this project going. We couldn't do it without you because, you know, this media environment requires local support. So thank you so much for being a member. Patreon.com/dailydetroit. And as I said, dailydetroit@gmail.com if you got feedback on this one. I know a lot of people have different thoughts. With that, I'm Jer Stays.
And I'm Norris Howard.
Thank you so much for listening. Remember that you are somebody, and we'll see you around Detroit. There we go. Print it.
All right, everybody. It's late. We got to go.
Yeah, I'm exhausted. Thank you, everybody who's been on the chat. I really appreciate you. And we'll do this again. dailydetroit@gmail.com or whatever. Give me suggestions. What other kind of events you want us to do something around?
Yeah.
Or you just want us to show up and do a late night thing? Next stream will be next Tuesday afternoon, back to our normal schedule. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. Take care. Sleep well.
Bye.